That's really great.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's great. That's great. May I see some other winners? Hello. Can we call someone by his her name? Okay, Bashir, are you here with us? Bashir? Okay. Maybe we will start a warm-up session with to keep our energy up. So I will ask you kindly to stand up. Let's stand up. Lorena, I'm seeing you. Okay. Let's stand up and have some warm-up. Okay. Great. We are standing for Africa, so let's stand up. Hey. Whoa, that's great. So when I will say left, you will move your right. And when I'm saying your right, you will move your left. When I say right, you move your left. When I say your left, you move your right. Is it clear for all?
Do we move like our right hand or?
No, your right part of body.
Oh, okay.
We will dance. Yeah, we will show some moves. I like your shirt, Editor.
Thank you.
Colorful.
Thank you.
Okay. So, right.
Right. Say that movement left.
Right is the left, and left is the right.
Okay.
Okay. You can put your don't be you can put your phone or whatever you are. Okay. You. I want to see you in the camera, please. Please. Great. Yeah. So, left. Left. Right. It doesn't work. Okay. Let's change the game. I will kindly ask you to bring one item from your environment in the white color. Oh, that was so quick, Noor.
I don't have.
That was so quick, Noor. You are so reactive. Thank you. Let's wait for others, maybe. One white item from your environment. Here in the house. Ah, great. There is a paper. That's great. That sounds really great. Okay. Hey. We are having fun here. Hello, Umayma.
Hi.
There's the white.
It's already like wearing white, which is easily for them.
For all. That's why I choose the white, because there is white everywhere. Sounds really great. Thank you so much for your activity. We will be having today maybe another insightful sessions. Not maybe, I'm sure. We will be having an insightful sessions with the NEPAD IUD and the HCP, and then during our workshop, our work sessions. I am very excited again to hear from you, your perspectives on what happened in Africa. So I will. You don't have. You still have the. You have. Good morning, all. Good morning. Good morning, Vanessa. Good morning, Njugo. That's really good. I'm seeing a new comment are joining. Thank you for joining again for the third day in this third edition of the 2063 Academy. We are here all to raise our voice, hands, and all our perspectives to co-create surely a better Africa for all. Yes, morning, leaders of Africa, morning, morning, morning. Thank you, Njogo. So let's have you on the mic. If you if you can express your weather today, I would be happy to hear from you. Your weather, not the outside weather, but your spirit weather. Jugo or Hanan Jar, raise your hand and go ahead. Great, welcome from the Mozambique. Welcome, Mozambique. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, today's my weather is like full of energy, and I'm happy so.
Thank you so much for sharing. We are happy to have you among us. I like your smile, by the way. Thank you for this smiley energy around. Thank you so much. Who wants to express his or her weather for today? Editor, once again. Zansi, okay, great.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, today I expect a great day like yesterday and the other days. A lot of work, sharing experiences about different fields of development, the achievement of great leaders. Yeah, I expect the best of today, and I'm glad you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So yeah, since then, Hanan, I am sorry, because we will start our first session for today on the M&E of the reporting and of the reporting of the 2063 reports. So let's have we have with us our dear Josephine Etima from the NEPAD. Thank you, Josephine, for coming. Yeah, let's start the day. The floor is yours, dear Josephine.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Yes, hi. My name is Josephine Etima. I'm a senior monitoring and evaluation expert with the African Union Commission. And yeah, Agenda 2063 is being implemented within the member states, regional economic communities, and continental institutions. However, its coordination and provision of technical support is being provided by representatives from all the regional economic communities within the continent. That is the East African Community, SADC, ECOWAS, UMA, IGAD, ECAS, censored. And the respective continental institutions that form part of the technical working group include definitely African Union Commission coordinates it. It includes the African Union Development Agency, that's NEPAD. It includes the African Capacity Building Foundation, the African Peer Review Mechanism, the Pan-African Parliament, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. So yes, I'm representing the technical working group, though I'm working with the African Union Commission. So I'm going to take you through a brief, the monitoring and evaluation framework and the corresponding core indicator handbook that guides that process and sort of is a foundation, is an anchor for the whole monitoring and evaluation process. Is that okay? Okay. Okay, briefly to tell you about the monitoring and evaluation framework, the main purpose, it's definitely a tool that supports the overall level, but it has 6 specific purposes that we focus on. First, to ensure that within the process of implementing Agenda 2063, we enforce a culture of planning and managing for results. And when we talk of planning and managing for results, I hope a number of you have looked at the first 10-year implementation plan, where we have all the aspirations, which are the highest level of results that would like to see in implementation of Agenda 2063. So it's the highest results level we would like to see within our institutions that are implementing Agenda 2063. The next lower level are the goals. So we have 7 aspirations, we have 20 goals, and after the goals, we have the priority area. That's the next level. The next lower level are the priority areas. And after the priority areas, we then have the specific targets. So right from the aspirations up to the targets, there is a logical flow to ensure that these results are actually being achieved after implementing specific activities. So the first 10-year implementation plan ensures that we're able to manage for results, and the monitoring and evaluation framework is framed in a way to support observation of progress within those results. The second most important purpose, the second purpose, not the most important, because all of them are important, is accountability among the various participants and stakeholders. So the monitoring and evaluation framework enables all the participants, in that I mean all of us who are implementing Agenda 2063, to account and to be able to report. It also enables fostering value for money. Money in terms of ensuring resource allocation and use, It ensures guiding regional and continental value to strengthen national action. It enables us to identify areas that we can support at the regional and continental level. Fifth, it enables us to foster evidence-based learning. Evidence-based because when you report, you're reporting on specified achievements, and thus that is evidence. And you're able to generate information that can be shared and analyzed, and it can be packaged as a new source of knowledge. So it can be packaged and shared across the continent. And last but not least, to increase participation in assessing realization of Africa's goals and targets. So these are the 6 main areas that are of importance on implementation of Agenda 2063. I would just like to remind you again about the implementation pathway. I know we have discussed this. On Monday, we had a presentation of Agenda 2063, and my colleague Simon Kisira took us through the implementation pathway at 2 major levels. At the country level, there is the implementation of the agenda itself within the specific ministries and departments through the various policies that are implemented, through the investments that are allocated within those specific ministries, through the technological advances that are implemented, and then also skills development, both within the organization and also human capital development. Those are the processes within the member states through which Agenda 2063 is implemented. Then we have the next level, which is the implementation support. And this has mainly 5 stages. They are not necessarily sequential, except for the first and second. Definitely for you to begin implementation of Agenda 2063, internalizing it, and mainstreaming it into your domestic national development plans, it has to be first acknowledged and accepted by the respective parliaments. And after that, you then go into domestication, into ensuring that actually the results, the implementation pathways, the programs, the strategies that are outlined within Agenda 2063 form part of your national planning processes. And that's how we come to the second stage of implementation support. So the regional economic communities and continental institutions, most of which form part of the technical working group, first engage through the domestication and internalization processes, which I'm sure most of the member states within the continent have already gone through that. In that we go through the framework document, we have discussions with key political heads within each member states and discuss the content of Agenda 2063. And once it's clearly understood, the technical component within the member states then go into mainstreaming and aligning it with their national development plans. Then the third stage is the country-specific reporting, whereby we have an indicator dashboard. I'm not sure if Simon shared it with you, but we'll have just a glance at the dashboard, indicator dashboard, which presents the progress of implementation of Agenda 2063 within each member state. So this dashboard has been generated since 2019, and it's a dashboard that helps us assess performance for each of the respective member states in terms of assessing how they are actually progressing in meeting the 2023 target. So Agenda 2063, much as it's a 50-year framework document, it is partitioned in 2 decades. So we have the first 10-year implementation plan that started from 2014 and runs through to 2023. So the current reporting process is enshrined within that first 10-year implementation plan. That's why for the moment, our target is 2023. And definitely after the reporting process, we then have the evaluation and accountability platforms. And these vary from respective member states. They have processes whereby in some member states, for instance, like Uganda, we do have the barazas, and these are platforms. These are seemingly informal, but they are actually informing the process of implementing specific programs within respective member states. Other countries do have the parliamentary forums whereby we have discussions with respective citizens within each of those member states. And those are the accountability platforms and the evaluation processes, the self-evaluation processes within each of the member states. And one process that is cross-cutting across all the 4 implementation support stages is advocacy and informing the public. Henceforth, through all these stages, advocacy and informing the public is enshrined. We are ensuring that in all these processes, we engage different sectors. We are thus advocating for Agenda 2063, and we are informing the public about content, processes, and how to realize Agenda 2063. In terms of the reporting architecture, within each member state, we have in-country planning, monitoring, and reporting processes for Agenda 2063. At the moment, we have a number of focal points within the countries that coordinate these reporting processes. And they therefore engage the civil society, they engage the ministries, they engage the academicians, they engage all the key actors within their respective member states. First, in terms of data collection and compilation and analysis, then in validating the country reports. So there is a process through where the data is first collected, and when it's collected and analyzed, we then have processes whereby validation stages are encouraged, and it depends on each member state how to carry out the validation process. And this is really key because we wouldn't like a stage whereby a report is submitted to the Commission or to the African Union Development Agency, and we have a senior official from that country querying that report. So we encourage that within the in-country planning processes, there is a platform for validation of that report so that most of the key actors, the key partners within each respective member state validates that report, and it's endorsed by a key official before it's submitted to the African Union Commission or the African Union Development Agencies. The regional and continental support is mainly to ensure that we are actually observing the strategies that were agreed to be implemented and realized in implementation of Agenda 2063, and you can see these arms are supportive. The region is definitely more stronger because it's more much more closer to the member states. We also have regional reports that are discussed at the regional reporting fora. And finally, we have the consolidated continental report. And all these platforms contribute finally to the preparation of the biannual report, progress report. And we are saying biannual because we expect a report every 2 years. So the last report that was prepared was prepared with the 2019 data, but it was submitted to the African Union Summit in 2022, in February. Sorry, I beg your pardon, in February 2020. So the next report is going to be submitted in February 2022, but we are currently doing the field work that involves the data collection within each of the respective member states, the validation processes, the consolidation analysis. All those processes are currently ongoing so that before the end of November 2021, we do have a report that is already translated to be submitted to the African Union Summit in 2022. This current slide shows the various frameworks that we do have that we are currently implementing. We have Agenda 2063, and then the Sustainable Development Goals, which is Agenda 2030. And to ensure that we don't have parallel processes that do not speak to each other, recognition was made to ensure that both agenda have coherent and consistent messaging. We have standardized approaches and tools for domestication, that is planning and M&E. We agree on coordination among partners in provision of implementation support. Right now, the technical working group that I talked about does have representation from the United Nations Economic Commission of Africa. It does have representation from UNICEF. It does have representation from the United Nations Development Program. And because the two framework documents are very similar, except that Agenda 2030 is more at a global level, there is that level of convergence, especially at the goal level. The two framework documents converge a lot at 90%, whereas at target level, it's much lower at 69%. And that is understandable due to the fact that much as Agenda 2030 has a target of 2030, currently Agenda 2063 has a target of 2023. Agenda 2063 has a target of 2023 because of the first 10-year implementation plan. When we develop the second 10-year implementation plan, then the new target will be 2033, because I know it will start in 2024. So we'll have another decade for Agenda 2063, which will be the second decade. And I don't know what Agenda 20 will then have. The subsequent Sustainable Development Goal, it may be similar, except the agenda might be a different long-term document. So yeah, that will be the input. But this is just to show that the two documents are very, they align a lot. They have similar targets in a number of cases, though they are not exactly the same. There may be differences because of the timing, since the Agenda 2030, whereas Agenda 2063 first 10-year implementation plan ends in 2023. Okay, just to give you another further insight, to ensure that we are able to provide that progressive observation of progress within the specific targets, within the specific goals and aspirations, the technical working group developed the first 10-year implementation plan. And this was after Agenda 2063 and the first 10-year implementation plan were adopted. Then it was necessary to develop the core indicators handbook alongside the monitoring and evaluation framework. And this core indicators handbook provides a profile of selected indicators that member states, regional economic communities, and continental institutions need to report on. So the core indicator handbook lists it out, it lists those specific indicators and defines them. It elaborates how you should calculate data for those specific indicators. It then goes further to give you the data sources, availability, any challenges that you're likely to come across while applying or while using the core indicator handbook. Oops, sorry. Okay, the core indicator handbook has listed specifically 70 indicators. And this is because we had to go through a scoping process, a process whereby much as Agenda 2063 first 10-year implementation plan had over 200 indicators, it was felt that there would be no realistic documentation whereby we have all the 200 indicators. That was going to be way too cumbersome for the continental institutions, let alone the respective member states and regional economic communities to collect data on and appropriately package it for presentation to the key stakeholders. So a scoping process was undergone whereby a selection of only 70 indicators was made. And this selection ensured that focus was made on the high level indicators that are going to give us impact or outcome level results, not the output level results. Focus was also paid to those indicators that are being applied within the member states. They are also being used by the Sustainable Development Goals, and member states are already collecting information on them. Focus was also made to ensure that all the 7 aspirations actually are reported on, because it's important that we don't leave behind any of the aspirations. Another important thing was to ensure that all the indicators for the flagship projects are included within the 70 core indicators. At that time, we had about 12 flagship projects. To date, we have 17. We have about 15 flagship projects. So the very first projects, it was ensured that these are all included within the core indicator handbooks. And for the later flagship projects, I know we will eventually include them on the core indicator handbook, though close observation is being paid to those specific flagship projects. So for the scoping exercise led to ensuring that we have selected indicators that can be reported on Agenda 2063. And these were felt sufficient because it was a very cumbersome process, very engaging, whereby all the member states had their director generals and statisticians, M&E experts and planners sitting in various consultative meetings to agree on the core indicators that we would finally have to report on Agenda 2063. The next stage was that of ensuring the standardization so that each member state understands the core indicators in the same way. They compute and interpret them in the same way. So this standardization across the continent was very important to ensure that we are able to compare results using the specific core indicators. Last but not least was to ensure that this handbook actually provides guidance to the users, because it lists your processes of ensuring you can collect credible information, how you can compute it, how you analyze it, credible data sources, challenges that are envisaged in terms of data collection, to ensure that you don't come across any of them and you think it's odd to you only. You realize that actually it's something that is expected, and you can easily consult and address it with the parties that are doing the same kind of work. This again is an illustration of what the core indicator handbook is. It's part of the first 10-year implementation plan, monitoring and evaluation framework. It's a guide for member states and regional economic communities and continental institutions to collect data, to analyze it and report on Agenda 2063. It provides a detailed profile of 70 Agenda 2063 core indicators. Indicates the convergence between the first 10-year, beg your pardon, the first 10-year implementation plan and the sustainable development goals. So it provides that level of coherence. So this is the structure of the indicator handbook. We have the aspiration on top there, then the goal, which is the next lower reporting level. Then the priority area, the very first column, gives you the priority areas and then the targets. And all these are similar to what is indicated in our first 10-year implementation plan. Then the corresponding indicator is the third column, and that is what is detailed in the core indicator handbook. The last column provides the corresponding indicator for the sustainable development goals. And this provides a profile, just an indication of what the profile is. It gives you a reference of that indicator, the definition, the clarification, and the data computation process. How do you calculate that particular indicator? And if there is need to disaggregate it, maybe by urban, rural, or by age group, then it indicates how you can, the different disaggregation criteria that you can apply. Oops, I thought I'd already, okay. I think it's moving faster than I had thought. I had actually come to the end of my presentation. I was on the last slide, just giving you a profile of the core indicator handbook, and that's it. So that is all I can present you with at the moment in terms of monitoring and evaluation of Agenda 2063. Thank you. Over to you, Coordinator.
Thank you so much, Madam Josephine, for your insightful information. Indeed, the monitoring and evaluation should start with a good analysis of the framework where we are working on. And yes, indeed, we must be focused on the how, the content, and all the partners that are contributing in the implementation of the ecosystem. Thank you so much, Madam Josephine. I will open a Q&A for 10 minutes so that our participants maybe will ask you some questions and clarification. Dear participants, would you please raise your hand? Yes, I have two raised hand right now. Shanda and Nur Huda. First, we will, Madam Josephine, we will take all the questions, maybe 3 in the first phase, and then we will continue. Thank you so much. Yes, Shanda first.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Madam Josephine, for the presentation. Chanda, a participant from Zambia. I enjoyed your presentation, and my question is based on youth participation, meaningful participation in the 2063 agenda. I must say this is the first time I'm learning about the Agenda 2063, and this is something which hasn't been popularized in National Development Framework within my country. I hear more of Sustainable Development Goals than the Agenda 2063, sorry. So my question is, how are you ensuring that there's meaningful youth participation from the consultation processes up to monitoring and evaluation review processes for young people? And how are you also ensuring that you, like a specific country, African decision makers who are assigned for these processes, give a full detailed report on how youths within their specific countries are meaningfully participating in these processes? Thank you.
Okay.
Before going to our dear Nur Huda, please keep your questions concise, so Madame Josephine will be able to answer to a lot of questions at the same time. Thank you.
Okay,
Nur
thank you.
Huda, it's up to you.
Thank you, Madame Josephine, for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I have a question concerning the slide 11. So you had priority area indicator. The last column, you had a number, and I did not understand what was the number. What did it mean?
Okay.
So could you please kindly respond to my question? Thank you.
You're welcome.
A third question, maybe? Who wants to go? Start with the two questions and then let's continue. Madame Josephine, it's up to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madame Claudia and Hoda. I'll start with the very first question from, oh, sorry, Chanda. I'm sorry, I pronounced it wrong. Chanda, thank you very much. You said you're from Zambia, and it's interesting because just yesterday we did have a discussion with Zambia. We are currently consolidating the reports. We did have a learning process, a consultation meeting with the representatives from Zambia. So I'm quite sure that Agenda 2063 is mainstream in your national development plan. The challenge, therefore, I think, is the popularization, which is not, it's not definitely as popular as the Sustainable Development Goals, but within the Agenda 2063, we have Goal 18 that speaks to the engagement of women, youth, and children. And particularly that goal emphasizes a number of areas whereby youth can be engaged. And in addition to that particular goal, we do have various platforms through which the youth can meaningfully participate in ensuring the results of Agenda 2063 are actually realized as expected. Right now, we do have a target at the African Union Commission to ensure that by 2023, at least 35% of the employees are youth. It has not been realized, unfortunately, but we are progressing quite well. And we're hoping that by 2022, there will be some significant progress in realizing that target. We have a number of programs. We have the African Youth Corps. We have the million youth target, whereby a number of youth are employed to different stations within the continent. We do have the youth internship program, whereby youth are employed every year to work within the African Union Commission. And even within the respective member states, we do have programs where scholarships are provided in different aspects, in science, in technology, all those areas, we do have programs with them. One big challenge we have realized is delineating the National Development Plan from Agenda 2063, and you'll realize that most of our programs are actually enshrined within Agenda 2063. In addition to that, it's only of recent that we have opened an office. The African Union Commission has one of its organs, that is ECOSOC. It's being opened within Zambia. So we are very hopeful that it's going to be more popularized with the opening of that office in Zambia. However, as I said, the advocacy, the continued engagement and popularization of Agenda 2063 is going to continue, because it's a long-term framework document for 50 years. And we are hopeful that by the time we get into the second 10-year implementation plan, it will be much more popular than it is today. We have had a slow start, but a lot is going on. The second question that Ms. Hauda asked was in relation to slide 11. Maybe I was a bit too fast, but the slide indicated the alignment with Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, which is the Sustainable Development Goal. So your query was specific to the numbers, and these numbers are reference numbers of corresponding Sustainable Development Goal indicators. So once you get the Sustainable Development Goal Indicator Handbook, the corresponding indicator with Agenda 2063 is this number that has been provided here. So this is just to facilitate your alignment processes. I hope that's clear now. I see you nodding, so I presume you've understood. So the number is just a reference to guide you to which corresponding Sustainable Development indicator you need to look at when you're looking at the Agenda 2063 indicator. Thank you. I hope I've sufficiently answered your questions.
Thank you, Madam Josephine. So efficient. I think actually we will be having a representative from the High Commissioner of Planning in Morocco to give us an insight on Morocco's progress to achieve the Agenda 2063 at 10:30. We have a question here. How many African countries have submitted their progress reports so far? And what, like I collected some questions also. What are the challenges so far? And then are the participation of youth taken into account in the agenda plan? If the participation of youth is taken in consideration, if yes, how to integrate them in the process of monitoring and representing the progress report? Then yes, let me see another question, and then I will go to Safia first, Umayma, and then Yuba. We have 3 other questions: Safia, Umayma, and then Yuba. Safia, go.
Yes, so hello everyone. You guys are doing well. Hello, Mrs. Josephine. My question is actually related to your answer of not how I would know is the problem related to the popularization of the Agenda 2063 related to the fact that many youth have lost, African youth have lost hope in Africa, like in general development and unity in Africa?
Thank you, Safia. Let's move to Umayma and then Yuba. So we will have the responses from Madame Josephine.
Thank you. Yes, Madame Josephine, you mentioned earlier when you answered Noor about the column 11, you mentioned the scholarship. Are those scholarship like relating to the program? Are they available like only for the Zambian people like who live in Zambia, or all the students who live in Africa? Can you elaborate more to us in that? And thank you so much.
Thank you, Umayma. Yuba, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Madame Josephine. I will be so concise. How do you assess your presence in the perspectives in North Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, Yuba. It was so concise. Thank you. Maybe the last question. Does the agenda slow down the attainment of Agenda 2030 in African countries in comparison with the rest of the world? Does the Agenda 2063 slow down the attainment of the Agenda 2030 in African countries in comparison with the rest of the world? Thank you so much. That's inspire us. Our participants are so active. So your presentation was really inspiring. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll start with the last one because it really it was so interesting. Does the implementation of Agenda 2063 slow down the attainment of the global Agenda 2030? No, it doesn't. It actually stimulates it because they are too similar in the fact that both are socio-economic driven. They aspire to see socio-economic development within the continent. Both are using the people, the resources, the people within those continents to steer progress, to steer prosperity, to steer development within the continent. The only difference is that Agenda 2063 is only within the continent of Africa, and it includes some specificities that are related to culture. Those are very specific to Africa. I know UNESCO also has a promotion of culture and what have you, but the targets within Africa in relation to African Renaissance and the cultural beliefs and all those have a different connotation. And then issues to do with peace and security, the structures within the continent are a bit different. And also some of the areas, they are not part of Agenda 2030. But you realize that Agenda 2063 actually propels us faster in attaining Agenda 2030 goals, because they are very similar. They are both looking at progress, and they're giving us the momentum to check ourselves, to closely check ourselves, examine ourselves, and see how we are responding to the continental and consequently the global frameworks. So it's not hindering attainment of that at all. Then the very first question that was about how many African countries have submitted their reports, the Agenda 2063 progress reports so far. For the first interim, that was 2020, when the first continental report was presented, 31 member states out of 55 submitted their reports. And that was more than 50%, which is considerably good. Now we are preparing the second continental report. The target is actually end of this week. And we are sure that we are going to get more than 31 member states submitting their reports. For the moment, I can't quickly give you a correct figure, because we are ensuring that we provide all the technical support to get the reports concluded as fast as possible. But we think that because we have engaged in the member states much earlier than we did the first time round, we are going to have more member states presenting reports for the second continental report. However, one of the main challenges we have noticed is that of funding and statistics, data collection. And this challenge has been there for a while. At the moment, the African Union Commission, because in every meeting we have issues to do with statistics being raised, has opened two main offices. There is the Statistics Africa that is being opened, I think, in Tunisia. And then there's the PanStat also being opened in Cote d'Ivoire. So there are a number of programs to ensure that statistics within the continent is improved. And I don't think this is only to Africa. The only challenge right now is maybe the underlying processes, ensuring we have internet, ensuring we have electricity to facilitate data collection processes is what we should be focusing on. But the information is there. It's now how do we collect and coagulate and even consolidate this information and package it rightly to provide the necessary information. That is one of the main challenge, the issue of statistics, funding to ensure that data is collected and submitted timely, and even to have the validation processes, the platforms whereby we can engage with the respective implementers and cross-check this information. These processes are still a challenge in data collection. The participation of youth in these data collection processes, we are hoping that through the validation processes, youth groups are also engaged, they're also contacted. We now have a plan to have an evaluation of the first 10-year implementation plan. And one of the main groups that we have emphasized to be part of the evaluation key informants are the youth groups. So our intention is to ensure that when we are preparing the second 10-year implementation plan, we do engage the youth in assessing the first implementation of the first 10-year implementation plan. That is going to provide a basis, that is going to be a foundation for the development of the second 10-year implementation plan. Another question was from Ms. Safia. Problem related to the fact that most youth have given up hope about in Africa. I don't think that is the main problem. Definitely, there could be an indication of the youth giving up about Africa, but my encouragement is that it's not the right time to give up about Africa. This is the time that we need to actually strengthen our appreciation of Africa, the resources we have, and continuously ask for accountability from our leaders in terms of what is being implemented within the continent. So giving up is not the right thing right now, because it definitely is going to affect the results in future, because we strongly believe that the youth are the engine for realizing Agenda 2063. They are the main propellers, because by that time, I'm sure I won't have any strength left. So it's the youth who are going to see this Agenda 2063 come to satisfaction, to fruition, to ensure that it's actually realized as expected. Then there was the question from Omaina about the scholarships. No, the scholarships actually, much as I mentioned that we're going to have ECOSOC based in Zambia, it's not the department that coordinates the scholarships. The scholarships are coordinated by our department for human development, science, and technology. So they normally place adverts, and these adverts are run in the various media, and applications are sought. So it's sought all over the continent. We have applications can come from any country. And so long as you meet the needed criteria, then you win a scholarship to participate in the selected universities that are indicated. So no, we don't have specific programs only for one country. There was a very concise question from Yuba, but Mr. Yuba, how do we justify our presence in the North, or how do we assist in the North? Can you please, Yuba, can you please?
How do you assess your presence and your perspectives in the North African part? If you can be generous and talk about Morocco as well, because I'm from Morocco and I would like to know more.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of Morocco, we do engage a lot with the UMA, the Regional Economic Community that is based in UMA, and they coordinate programs for all the member states within the North. At the moment, we do have a number of programs there, not specifically in Morocco, but in the northern part of Africa. We have the Statistics Institute that is based there. We do have AfriRec. Energy, it's one of our technical institutions to support energy-driven processes in Algiers. And we do have, I think we have 2 other offices in Algiers as well. So we have a number of programs that are being implemented and supported in the North. We also have one of the flagship projects to do with the Great African Museum. It's just being constructed. It hasn't been opened as yet. I think that documentation of the technical documents is what is being approved and adopted right now. So we have a number of engagements in Northern Africa, and I must say we are equally active there as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madame Josephine, expert on M&E with the African Union Commission. Thank you so much for having having us with you, and we are grateful to have you among us. Thank you once again, and looking forward to keeping our work with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, dear participants, I am sorry, Kelvin, Umayma, and Rizlan. We had a lot of questions, but our next distinguished guest speaker is with us. He is waiting for his session to start. Mr. Salim from the High Commissioner of Planning in Morocco is here to introduce us to the first progress report in implementation of the 2063 agenda. Thank you, Mr. Salim, for merci beaucoup. I will talk with our distinguished guest in French. He is a French speaker. The translation is available for all the English speakers, so you may put your look for the interpretation in the interpretation in the down in the screen. The translation is available for all English speakers. Monsieur Salim, nous sommes vraiment ravis de vous recevoir parmi nous pour nous présenter pour la première fois le rapport de... Oui. Alors.
Oui.
Monsieur Salim.
Oui, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, on vous entend très très bien. Nous vous
Okay,
remercions
alors,
pour votre générosité d'être venu et répondre présent à notre invitation, justement pour présenter le rapport du progrès du Maroc en matière de l'implémentation de l'agenda 2063. Merci encore une fois.
Ok, mais merci beaucoup. Merci pour Atlas for Development d'avoir invité le HCP à prendre part aux travaux de cette troisième édition de l'Académie Youth Dialogue. Merci également à tous les participants qui ont contribué vivement à la réussite de cet événement. Et je tiens également donc à féliciter et saluer les initiatives et les efforts de l'association A4D qu'elle mène pour éclairer et sensibiliser les jeunes sur des questions en relation avec le développement en général et au développement durable en particulier. Alors, heureux d'être avec vous et de partager avec vous les réalisations que le Maroc a fait en matière de la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063. Et permettez-moi d'abord de vous rapprocher un peu de l'institution à laquelle j'appartiens, le HCP, qui est une institution publique dotée de l'autonomie dans la prise de ses décisions et chargée de la collecte, le traitement, l'analyse et la diffusion des données statistiques relatives aux différents domaines économiques, sociaux et démographiques. Il est également chargé de faire les prévisions économiques et les projections démographiques du pays. Il élabore également les comptes nationaux et régionaux et donc fait le suivi des stratégies sectorielles en collaboration avec les départements concernés. Enfin, donc, dans le cadre de la Commission nationale de développement durable qui est présidée par le chef de gouvernement et qui est composée de deux comités, un comité qui est chargé du suivi de la mise en œuvre de la SNDD, la stratégie nationale de développement durable, et un autre comité qui est donc chargé de reporting de développement durable, surtout donc le programme mondial, l'agenda 2030. Voilà, donc je crois que je vais partager avec vous, donc je ne sais pas s'il y a la possibilité de partager avec vous ma présentation.
Bien sûr, vous avez le droit. Sur partager, vous avez accès à partager. Oui, merci.
OK, donc voilà, donc je vais présenter d'abord une vue d'ensemble de l'agenda 2063. Donc, l'agenda 2063, comme vous savez, est conçu comme un cadre global qui sera mis progressivement sur la base de 5 plans décennaux sur un horizon de 50 ans. C'est-à-dire, le lancement de l'agenda 2063 est fait en 2013, et donc voilà, ça va continuer jusqu'à 2063. Alors, l'objectif de cet agenda, c'est d'abord de transformer l'Afrique en un continent qui prospère, basé sur la croissance inclusive et un développement durable. Deuxièmement, donc, il faut diffuser sur l'Afrique les valeurs de la paix, de la cohabitation culturelle et religieuse pour que l'Afrique soit un peu stable et intégrée politiquement. Également, le troisième objectif, c'est de diffuser dans le continent les règles et les principes de la bonne gouvernance, la démocratie, le respect des droits de l'homme et la justice de l'État et de droit. Également, donc, l'agenda vise à préserver et valoriser l'identité culturelle et les valeurs du continent africain et finalement de renforcer la position de l'Afrique comme un acteur et partenaire fort qui influence un peu la scène mondiale. L'agenda 2063 est conçu de façon donc, à répondre à certaines aspirations et dans chaque aspiration, il y a certains objectifs et dans les objectifs, il y a des domaines prioritaires et dans chaque domaine prioritaire, il y a bien sûr des cibles et des indicateurs pour le suivi de la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063. Donc, en gros, donc, il y a 7 aspirations, 20 objectifs, 39 domaines prioritaires, 161 cibles et 246 indicateurs de suivi. Donc, voilà, dans le tableau, je crois que j'ai résumé un peu les domaines prioritaires qui est contenu dans les objectifs et bien sûr, qui font bien sûr partie des aspirations. Donc, voilà, donc ce n'est pas la peine de voir, je crois que vous avez déjà eu l'occasion de voir ces aspirations, ces objectifs, ces domaines prioritaires dans les interventions précédentes. Voilà. Alors maintenant, on va essayer de voir la correspondance entre l'agenda 2063 et l'agenda 2030. Alors, les indicateurs des ODD, c'est-à-dire de l'agenda 2030, représentent presque 86,4% de l'agenda 2063. Donc, il y a une certaine correspondance. Par exemple, donc, je vais encore passer ces tableaux puisque je crois j'ai déjà partagé la présentation avec les responsables de A4D. Donc, je vais normalement illustrer cette correspondance par ce petit graphique un peu. Donc, voilà les 17 objectifs des ODD et voilà leur correspondance l'agenda dans l'agenda 2063. Par exemple, l'objectif 1, 2, donc, est représenté par l'objectif 1 de l'agenda 2063. 3, qui est la santé, donc c'est également 3. Et voilà 2, c'est 5. Donc, voilà, il y a une certaine correspondance entre les objectifs des ODD et les objectifs de l'agenda 2063. Donc, de ce fait, le Haut Commissariat au plan qui fait, bien sûr, le reporting des objectifs de développement durable a déjà fait des consultations, donc une consultation en 2016 et une autre consultation en 2019. Donc, pour voir d'abord, pour faire ce qu'on appelle la contextualisation, ou bien la domestication des objectifs par rapport aux stratégies existantes ou bien stratégies qui seront bien sûr lancées dans le cadre de la mise en place ou bien de la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030 et l'agenda 2063. Et vu la grande similitude entre ces agendas, donc le Maroc a pu bénéficier, profiter de tous les exploits qu'il a fait au niveau donc de l'agenda 2030 pour donc élaborer et poursuivre la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063. Alors, le processus de mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063 au Maroc. Alors, donc, il y a un certain nombre d'ateliers et de séminaires que nous avons, dans lesquels nous avons participé pour donc, concrétiser la vision des experts de l'Union africaine donc, pour l'élaboration des rapports nationaux. Et nous avons participé en 2019 à un atelier sur l'élaboration de premiers rapports intérimaires au Kenya. Nous avons pu élaborer le premier rapport intérimaire qui trace un peu l'évolution des indicateurs de l'agenda 2063, donc surtout entre la date de lancement de l'agenda et l'année 2019. Nous avons lancé l'élaboration du rapport national sur la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063 pour l'année 2021, donc il est en cours de finalisation. Donc ça, c'est le rapport national parce que il y a aussi un rapport intérimaire. Et nous avons participé en fin juin 2021 via une visioconférence à un atelier de formation pour l'élaboration de deuxième rapport intérimaire national qui sera donc finalisé, ou bien normalement il est maintenant finalisé et envoyé directement à l'Union africaine, en EPAD. Et donc, nous devrons aussi assister à un atelier de validation de deuxième rapport biennal continental sur la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063 qui sera normalement organisé à Harare, à Zimbabwe, début octobre prochain. Alors, en matière des progrès que le Maroc a réalisés dans la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063, donc on va essayer de balayer un peu les aspirations, toutes les aspirations, et essayer de voir l'ensemble des objectifs et des domaines prioritaires de chaque aspiration. Alors, si on commence par la première aspiration, donc, alors en matière de réduction de la pauvreté et éradication de la faim, donc le Maroc a réalisé beaucoup de progrès dans ce domaine-là. Et voilà, donc, nous constatons toujours une baisse continue de taux de pauvreté monétaire qui a normalement baissé de 4,8 en 2014 à 1,7 en 2019. Alors, nous avons également, bien sûr, l'information pour l'année 2020, mais l'année 2020, c'est exceptionnel parce que donc, ça coïncide avec la pandémie Covid-19 et beaucoup d'indicateurs sont détériorés. Mais je peux vous donner, par exemple, le chiffre ou bien le taux de pauvreté en 2020, c'était 2,5. C'est-à-dire qu'il a augmenté un peu de 1,7 à 2,5, mais bien sûr, donc, sous l'effet de la pandémie. Et bien sûr, l'État donc, a déployé des mesures et des efforts pour baisser encore ce taux, sinon donc, le taux, ça va multiplier par 11. D'accord? Donc, voilà, nous avons maintenant un taux de 2,5% comme taux de pauvreté monétaire en 2020. Alors, en matière de vulnérabilité, donc toujours le même trend de baisse. Donc, sur la même période, nous avons constaté une baisse de taux de vulnérabilité de 12,5% à 7,3%. Et pour la faim, on a éradiqué la faim, presque, donc, puisque la sous-alimentation a baissé de 0,9 à 0,1 entre 2007 et 2014. Et on n'a pas des données récentes, mais donc voilà, il y a toujours tendance de la baisse, mais en général, on peut dire que le Maroc a éradiqué la faim. Alors, en matière de l'accès à l'eau potable et à l'électricité, donc l'eau potable est quasi généralisée, et aussi l'électricité en milieu urbain. Il y a c'est-à-dire quelques insuffisances au niveau de l'électrification au niveau dans le milieu rural. Donc, le taux d'accès atteint, mais presque. Donc, c'est grâce à un certain nombre de programmes qui avaient commencé depuis 1995, que ce soit le PERG ou bien le PAGER, et qui ont contribué à améliorer l'accès des populations rurales à l'eau potable et à l'électricité. Et comme ça, donc, voilà, pour l'eau potable, nous avons atteint un taux de 97,8% et pour l'électricité, 99,72%, donc ça en 2019. En matière de l'accès à l'Internet, donc le parc Internet donc, ne cesse d'étendre et comme ça, donc, il a atteint en 2020 30 millions d'abonnés et enregistre une hausse annuelle moyenne de 17% par an, donc depuis 2013. Alors, toujours dans le cadre de l'aspiration 1, pour l'enseignement, donc le Maroc a amélioré de façon continue l'accès à l'enseignement et comme ça, donc, il a généralisé l'accès au cycle d'enseignement primaire. Pour ce qui est de secondaire, donc le taux spécifique de scolarisation atteint 94,2% et pour le collégial, 69,6% pour le qualifiant et toujours donc, en 2020. Ce sont des données qui sont récentes. Alors, en matière de santé, donc, aussi le Maroc a déployé des efforts pour baisser la mortalité maternelle et comme ça, donc, on a diminué le taux de mortalité maternelle de 112 à 72,6 décès pour 100 000 naissances vivantes entre 2010 et 2018. La mortalité des enfants de moins de 5 ans donc, a connu également la même tendance de la baisse et donc on a une baisse de 30,5 à 22,2 décès pour 1000 naissances vivantes. Pour la lutte contre les maladies, surtout donc, la prévalence du sida, VIH-Sida, donc on a maîtrisé un peu ce virus et comme ça, donc, nous avons 0,03 pour 1000 personnes séronégatifs en 2019. Pour la tuberculose, donc nous avons presque 101 cas. Nous avons baissé bien sûr ce taux de 101 cas à 99 cas pour 100 000 habitants entre 2015 et 2018. Alors pour ce qui est de paludisme, donc aucun cas détecté depuis 2005. Donc, voilà des efforts au niveau de la santé pour lutter contre toutes les maladies qui sont transmissibles. Et voilà, donc ce sont des efforts qui sont salués. Alors, au niveau de la transformation économique, la croissance économique au Maroc annuelle donc, est de 3,5% sur une période en moyenne, donc sur la dernière décennie, donc disons les 10 dernières années. En 2020, bien sûr, il y a l'effet de Covid et comme ça, il a compromis aussi la croissance économique. Nous avons réalisé bien sûr un taux qui est négatif, donc je crois de moins 6,3. Mais donc en 2021, donc, il y a une tendance vers la hausse avec bien sûr les mesures de riposte et comme ça donc on peut atteindre un taux de 5,8 selon bien sûr nos prévisions dans le cadre du budget économique. Pour le domaine de l'agriculture, donc on assiste toujours à une augmentation des investissements pour moderniser notre agriculture et pour améliorer la productivité et améliorer bien sûr les productions pour faire face bien sûr aux besoins croissants nutritionnels de la population. Pour l'emploi, nous avons atteint un taux de chômage de 9,2% en 2019, mais il a augmenté donc en 2020, toujours sous l'effet de la Covid, à 11,1. Pour les jeunes, donc il y a toujours un taux de chômage qui est élevé pour les jeunes, surtout de 15 à 24 ans, et qui est normalement augmenté de 24,9% à 31,2% pour la même période, c'est-à-dire entre 2019 et 2020. Alors maintenant, passons à l'aspiration 2, qui est un continent intégré politiquement, uni, fondé sur les idéaux du panafricanisme et de la vision de la renaissance de l'Afrique. Donc, le Maroc joue un rôle important dans la promotion de l'intégration et de la prospérité du continent africain. Et dans ce cadre, il a signé l'accord de la zone de libre-échange, la ZLECA, en 2018. Les échanges commerciaux entre le Maroc et le continent, les pays du continent africain est en pleine croissance et qui ont passé de 8,3 milliards de dirhams en 2009 à 21,6 milliards de dirhams en 2019. Il y a une évolution aussi importante et remarquable des investissements directs marocains en Afrique, avec un taux d'accroissement annuel moyen de 8,3% sur la même période. Pour les infrastructures, le Maroc est doté d'un réseau routier fort et diversifié, donc composé de 57 334 km, 1192 km de voies express, 1800 km d'autoroutes, 2109 km de voies ferrées, 200 km de lignes ferroviaires à grande vitesse, 40 ports et 25 aéroports. Aussi, donc 92,4% de la population marocaine sont équipés en téléphone mobile en 2020. Donc ça, en ce qui concerne un peu les infrastructures de technologie et de télécommunication. L'aspiration 3, donc, qui vise à mettre l'Afrique sur la bonne gouvernance de la démocratie, du respect des droits de l'homme et de l'état de droit. Donc, là, le Maroc a bien sûr adopté plusieurs lois, et surtout pour lutter contre la traite humaine et la corruption. Et comme ça, nous avons adopté en 2016 la loi de la lutte contre la traite des êtres humains, et en 2018 le décret portant création de la Commission nationale chargée de la lutte contre ce phénomène. On a mis en place aussi une politique publique intégrée de la protection de l'enfance. On a créé en 2017 la Commission nationale anti-corruption. Et voilà, donc nous avons constaté qu'il y a une baisse de l'incidence de la corruption de 37% à 16,9% entre 2013 et 2019. Pour ce qui est de la promotion de la liberté d'opinion et d'expression, le Maroc a créé le Conseil national de la presse pour promouvoir cette liberté d'opinion et d'expression. Nous avons aussi des institutions efficaces et qui sont concrétisées par l'adoption de la Charte nationale de la déconcentration administrative et la Charte des services publics pour dématérialiser un peu les services publics rendus aux citoyens et pour construire une administration au service de citoyens. Donc, vous voyez que maintenant, il y a plusieurs efforts qui sont normalement consentis à ce niveau, surtout dans le cadre de dématérialisation de l'administration publique. Donc, vous pouvez, par exemple, retirer des papiers dont le citoyen a besoin administratif à travers, bien sûr, le net, à travers les portails qui sont dédiés à ces services-là. Alors, l'aspiration 4, une Afrique en paix et sûre. Donc, le Maroc est impliqué dans la lutte antiterroriste au niveau national, régional et international. Les chiffres au Maroc, ce qui concerne donc les statistiques, le nombre de victimes d'homicides volontaires pour 100 000 habitants était de l'ordre de 1,6 en 2016, donc c'est un chiffre qui est très, très, très bas. Notable contribution du Maroc à l'instauration de la paix et de la sécurité en Afrique. Donc, le Maroc a participé à des opérations de paix menées sur le continent depuis les années 1960. Il est membre actif du Conseil de paix et de sécurité de l'Union africaine. Il a présidé en 2019 sa 12e retraite tenue au Maroc. Pour l'aspiration 5, une Afrique à identité culturelle forte ayant des valeurs unitiques et un patrimoine commun. Alors, le Maroc a déployé des efforts donc, pour diffuser ou bien pour valoriser l'identité culturelle du Maroc et diffuser bien sûr les valeurs de l'interculturalité et l'interculturel et les valeurs de cohabitation religieuse, etc. Et comme ça, donc, on a inclus dans les manuels scolaires les valeurs de la prise en compte de la diversité culturelle. On a élaboré au profit des corps professoraux des guides de valeurs. On a mis en place des initiatives de sensibilisation et de promotion du vivre ensemble et de l'interculturalité. Et on a mis aussi en place des programmes d'éducation au développement durable. L'aspiration 6, donc en matière d'égalité hommes-femmes, nous avons consacré dans le cadre de la Constitution de 2011 le principe de l'égalité de droit entre les sexes et la parité. Et on a créé l'autorité de la parité et la lutte contre toute forme de la discrimination. Aussi, donc, il y a des lois qui luttent contre la violence à l'égard des femmes. Voilà, donc on peut citer la loi qui a été adoptée en 2018, la loi 103/13 sur la violence faite aux femmes, cette loi normalement criminalise tout acte de violence résultant d'une discrimination liée au genre portant préjudice à la femme. Nous avons également signé en 8 mars 2020 la déclaration de Marrakech pour mettre fin à la violence contre les femmes. Et comme ça, donc, on a assisté à une baisse de taux de prévalence de la violence, toutes formes confondues, de 63% en 2009 à 57% en 2019. Toujours dans le cadre de l'aspiration 6, en matière de participation des femmes au processus de prise de décision, donc on a relevé des progrès au niveau de la représentativité féminine dans la Chambre des représentants, qui est surtout est passé de 16,7% en 2011 à 20,5% en 2016. Aussi, il y a une amélioration du poids des femmes dans la Chambre des conseillers, donc 11,60. Donc, ce poids a augmenté de 11,67% en 2015, ou bien, oui, a augmenté de 2,2% en 2009 à 11,67% en 2015. Le taux de féminisation de la fonction publique a atteint 40% en 2019, c'est-à-dire 40% des femmes sont qui exercent de la fonction publique. Également, le taux d'accès des femmes aux postes de responsabilité, que ce soit chef de service ou bien chef de division ou bien les emplois supérieurs, a augmenté de 22,2% en 2016 à 23,5% en 2019. La dernière aspiration, donc, c'est un peu le système d'information, le système de statistique, parce que donc on doit mettre à niveau le système d'information pour qu'il puisse accompagner la mesure des indicateurs de l'agenda, que ce soit l'agenda 2030 ou bien 2063. Et dans ce cadre, le système statistique national marocain, donc, est membre de la Commission statistique des Nations Unies. Il est admis depuis 2005 à la norme spéciale de la diffusion des données du Fonds monétaire international, membre du groupe de haut niveau pour le partenariat, la coordination et le renforcement des capacités dans le domaine des statistiques relatives au programme de développement durable à l'horizon 2030. On a développé en ligne le ACP, donc c'est le ACP normalement qui centralise et qui est responsable de ce système statistique nationale. Donc, on a développé en ligne une plateforme dédiée aux objectifs de développement durable, accessible sur le site institutionnel du HCP, qui est de www.hcp.ma. Donc, vous pouvez trouver toutes les informations, toutes les données sur un ensemble d'objectifs de développement durable, avec bien sûr, c'est-à-dire une série d'années. Et bien sûr, selon l'indice d'ouverture des données, Open Data Interventory Audit, donc le Maroc est classé premier en Afrique et 40e parmi les 178 pays au niveau mondial en 2018. Voilà, donc rapidement, ce sont tous les progrès que nous avons réalisés dans presque les 7 aspirations de l'agenda 2063. Mais bien sûr, malgré tout ces progrès, il y a bien sûr des défis qui restent bien sûr à relever. Et ces défis donc, sont en relation avec bien sûr la réduction des inégalités sociales et territoriales et de genre. Donc, il y a bien sûr du progrès, mais toujours on essaie de continuer dans la voie d'amélioration pour réduire ces inégalités sociales. Également, donc, des défis qui sont relatifs à la promotion de la qualité du système éducatif. Donc, des efforts, bien sûr, sont fournis, mais il y a aussi d'autres défis qui sont normalement liés surtout à la qualité du système éducatif. La promotion d'une croissance économique soutenable et créatrice d'emplois décents, notamment pour les femmes et les jeunes. Donc, vous voyez que le taux de chômage au niveau des jeunes est un peu élevé. Donc, voilà, on cherche à travers, bien sûr, la transformation économique du Maroc et, bien sûr, à travers les stratégies qui sont déjà là, ou bien d'autres stratégies, la nouvelle génération des stratégies pour diversifier un peu l'économie et pour améliorer la croissance économique, parce que la croissance économique est source de création, bien sûr, d'emplois. Également, donc, un défi relatif à l'accélération des actions d'adaptation de lutte contre les changements climatiques. Vous voyez que, donc, au niveau du développement, il y a 3 dimensions, donc le développement économique, social, mais aussi environnemental. Et le Maroc a fait bien sûr des efforts dans le cadre de lutte contre les changements climatiques, mais voilà, on est toujours à la recherche bien sûr de nouvelles actions, de nouvelles mesures, de nouvelles stratégies pour encore normalement gagner cet enjeu de lutte contre les changements climatiques. Et finalement, le renforcement des actions de la protection de la biodiversité terrestre et marine, qui rentre aussi bien sûr dans le cadre de la lutte ou bien la protection de l'environnement. Voilà, donc nous avons résumé un peu les progrès réalisés et les défis qui restent à relever. Voilà, derrière bien sûr ces progrès, il y a plein de stratégies, plein de programmes qui ont été mis en place pour améliorer donc ces indicateurs de développement durable et aller vers, bien sûr, l'atteinte des objectifs de l'agenda 2030 et 2063. Alors, c'est tout pour ma présentation. Merci pour votre patience.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur, pour cette précieuse présentation donc, du rapport qui est partagé pour la première fois au public, je dirais, durant cette académie. Nous apprécions votre contribution ainsi que nos participants. Merci pour votre transparence, merci pour votre enthousiasme par rapport à l'agenda 2063. Nous espérons que ce sera le cas avec les autres pays africains. Maintenant, on peut prendre quelques questions si il y en a. Donc, vous pouvez lever vos mains si vous avez des questions ou des éclaircissements à demander. Donc, on peut prendre 2 à 3 normalement. Je vous invite, chers participants, à poser vos questions. C'est une opportunité à saisir pour avoir plus d'informations sur ce rapport et par rapport à l'engagement du Maroc à l'implémentation de l'agenda 2063. On va juste attendre 4 secondes pour que la traduction, les autres participants, les anglophones, arrivent à comprendre.
Ok,
D'accord, très bien.
pas de problème. Il y a-
I hope that, okay, we will take a few questions. Donc, donc, il y a une question. Est-ce que la participation des jeunes était présente lors de l'élaboration de ce rapport? C'est une question pour vous, Monsieur Selim. Alors, donc, on va prendre deux autres questions et ensuite vous pouvez nous répondre. Vas-y, Mohamed Douati.
Bonjour. Bonjour, Monsieur Abdrazak. Bon, j'ai une question considérant l'aspiration 3, les droits de l'homme.
Oui.
Au Maroc, les droits des femmes sont limités par les normes culturelles et religieuses. On sait bien que les femmes doivent faire face à des nombreux harcèlements sexuels de la part de leurs collègues, patrons et même des inconnus dans les rues, comme on a tout vu hier. Alors, la question, c'est quelles sont les 3 principales procédures que vous avez prises pour aider d'autres femmes au Maroc? Parce qu'on ne va pas attendre que ça se répète.
Ok, merci.
D'accord. Merci, Mohamed. Rezlen, vous pouvez poser votre question.
Si durant la préparation du nouveau modèle de développement, si les recommandations de l'agenda ont été prises en considération. Voilà.
Si vous voulez bien répéter votre question pour que je la note.
Je veux juste savoir si durant la préparation du nouveau modèle de développement, est-ce que les recommandations de l'agenda 2063 ont été prises en considération.
Okay.
Merci.
Merci.
Merci, Rezlen. I urge our Anglophone participants, if they have any questions to ask or any further information to demand, I will give it a few seconds. If you have few questions, you might ask them. Donc, alors, Yuba.
Bonjour. En fait, je suis Yuba Darif du Maroc. En tant qu'Africains, nous pouvons que saluer les efforts du Maroc, surtout au niveau économique et plus ou moins au niveau social. Nous savons tous que le Maroc a une expertise à échanger avec le continent et c'est prouvé. Par contre, ma question est un peu focalisée sur les droits humains, notamment l'inclusion de la communauté LGBT dans le développement des programmes, dans les programmes qui concernent le développement du pays. Ma question, c'est comment on peut s'assurer de ne laisser personne à côté dans tous ces efforts déployés. Merci.
Okay.
Alors, bonjour.
On vous écoute, Malika. Bonjour.
J'aimerais bien remercier le monsieur pour la belle présentation. Je suis fière de savoir à quel point le Maroc il a pu réaliser l'agenda de 2063. Bon, pour ma première question, c'est tout d'abord, vous avez dit tout à l'heure que la pandémie, il a arrêté la réalisation des plans de l'agenda 2063. Alors, j'aimerais bien savoir qu'est-ce que vous avez prévu comme plan pour se lever le défi une autre fois. Et ma deuxième question, puisqu'on est des Marocains, des jeunes Marocains, alors qu'est-ce que vous attendiez, qu'est-ce que vous prévoyez des jeunes Marocains pour se lever les défis, pour réaliser les objectifs de l'agenda 2063? Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Malika. Enfin, je pense une dernière question de Sarah Harti. Vas-y, Sarah.
Bonjour. Alors, merci beaucoup pour cette présentation. Ma question est, quels sont les projets qui ont le plus aidé à réduire le taux de la pauvreté? Et est-ce que vous pensez à changer le système éducatif qui est aussi l'un des défis que vous avez cités dans le dernier diaporama?
Merci beaucoup, Sarah. Alors, on va prendre Béchir et ensuite, monsieur, vous pouvez commencer à répondre. Vas-y, Béchir.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais d'abord apprécier la qualité de présentation, monsieur. Et ma question, c'est de savoir réellement, j'apprécie également, je félicite le gouvernement marocain pour vraiment tous ces efforts-là en faveur de cet agenda. Et ma question, c'est de savoir quelle est réellement l'implication des femmes et des jeunes filles dans la mise en œuvre de cet agenda. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Béchir, alors, monsieur, vous pouvez commencer à répondre aux questions. Nous vous écoute attentivement.
OK. Merci beaucoup pour toutes ces questions pertinentes. Voilà, donc, il y a plusieurs questions qui touchent plusieurs aspects. Donc, je vais commencer par les droits de l'homme. Je crois, je ne sais pas l'intervenant ou bien la personne qui a posé cette question. Alors, donc, voilà, la Constitution a bien sûr préservé les droits de l'homme et la lutte contre la traite dans, bien sûr, un certain nombre de lois. Et comme ça, donc, voilà, donc, lorsque je dis la Constitution, c'est-à-dire une loi qui est donc forte, une loi qui est donc sous laquelle donc tous les Marocains sont bien sûr égaux. Et donc il y a des efforts donc pour concrétiser. Donc, ce qu'il faut normalement faire, c'est la mise en œuvre et c'est l'application de ces articles de la Constitution. Mais les lois sont là. Donc, il faut normalement les institutions qui sont bien sûr tutelle de ces lois, donc ils doivent normalement appliquer à la lettre ces lois. Vous voyez donc dans tous les pays, donc il y a bien sûr la loi, mais donc la mise en œuvre de la loi ou bien l'application de la loi donc prend bien sûr un certain temps et c'est progressif pour changer un peu les mentalités, les cultures, etc. Et pour mettre aussi toutes les institutions donc du Maroc sur la voie du respect, bien sûr, de la Constitution. Donc, il y a des efforts. Donc, je crois que j'ai déjà cité dans ma présentation, certaines lois garantissent un peu le droit de l'homme. Donc, à titre de rappel, donc, il y a en 2016 l'adoption de la loi de la lutte contre la traite des êtres humains. Il y a aussi la création ou bien la mise en place d'une politique intégrée de la protection de l'enfance. Il y a aussi des lois qui essaient de criminaliser un peu tout acte de violence contre les femmes et les filles. Donc voilà, donc il y a tout un arsenal juridique qui est là. Donc il faut normalement le mettre en œuvre. Et donc, je crois que les statistiques aussi montrent qu'il y a bien sûr une baisse. Donc, on n'a pas éradiqué, on n'a pas normalement, c'est-à-dire lutter de façon 100% contre ces aspects-là ou bien ces phénomènes-là. Mais voilà, donc il y a bien sûr la tendance baissière de la violence, de la traite humaine, etc., donc du travail des enfants, etc. Alors, je crois, le nouveau modèle de développement et l'agenda 2063. Donc, bien sûr, la commission qui est chargée de la mise en place de nouveaux modèles de développement a tenu des réunions et des discussions avec les différents départements, donc pour voir, bien sûr, quelles sont les voies pour développer ou bien pour mettre en place un nouveau modèle de développement qui est normalement du citoyen vers le citoyen. C'est-à-dire, en principe, c'est la valorisation du capital humain et bien sûr le développement du capital humain. Bien sûr, les objectifs des deux agendas, que ce soit l'agenda 2030 ou bien 2063, donc se trouvent dans bien sûr le rapport de nouveaux modèles de développement, donc, qui vise bien sûr le bien-être, la croissance économique, le développement du capital humain, l'amélioration des infrastructures, etc., etc. Donc voilà, bien sûr, il y a bien sûr une interférence, une interaction entre ces objectifs et bien sûr les objectifs visés par le nouveau modèle de développement. Pour la pandémie, il n'a pas arrêté, mais il a retardé un peu l'atteinte de certains objectifs, et c'est normal. C'est pas seulement pour le Maroc, mais pour tous les pays, même les pays donc très très développés. Donc voilà, il y a une régression de la croissance économique, mais le Maroc a pris beaucoup de mesures et d'actions pour la riposte et pour relancer l'économie. Donc, il y a la création du fonds sous bien sûr l'initiative royale, le fonds contre la Covid, contre la pandémie Covid, qui a été doté de 33 milliards de dirhams et qui a pu financer un peu certaines actions, surtout donc les aides publiques octroyées aux personnes démunies ou bien aux personnes qui ont, c'est-à-dire perdu leur emploi. Il y a aussi d'autres mesures pour effacer un peu, c'est pas effacer, mais retarder un peu les crédits des entreprises, des petites entreprises. Il y a le programme Ntalaqa qui normalement aide les jeunes, dans le cadre aide les jeunes donc à créer leur propre projet, leur propre entreprise avec des garanties de l'État et avec des financements importants et avec aussi des crédits très, très, très bonifiés, des taux d'intérêt qui sont très, très bonifiés. Donc, il y a une batterie de mesures pour normalement sortir le Maroc de cette crise et je crois que nous avons réussi et donc le Maroc bien sûr, donc voilà, si vous voyez un peu les baisses ne sont pas des baisses qui sont aussi flagrantes au niveau de taux de pauvreté. Donc, au lieu de 1,7, normalement, on est passé à 2,5 en 2020, mais bien sûr, il y a par la suite la tendance à la baisse. Donc voilà, donc il y a beaucoup de mesures qui ont été prises pour un peu alléger l'effet économique et social de la pandémie au Maroc. Nous avons même évalué l'effet à travers les enquêtes que le Haut Commissariat au Plan a menées, donc au niveau soit au moment de confinement et après le confinement pour voir est-ce que, bien sûr, certains indicateurs sont améliorés à travers, bien sûr, la mise en place des mesures de riposte. Je ne sais pas d'autres questions, donc voilà. Voilà, je crois donc que j'ai débalayé un peu, ou bien j'ai balayé un peu toutes les questions, mais si vous avez d'autres questions, donc je suis là.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur, pour votre temps, ce précieux partage. Donc, nous, en tant que jeunesse africaine, vraiment, nous apprécions quand vous prenez le temps pour partager ces informations, pour nous inclure dans vos efforts. C'était vraiment un plaisir de vous avoir parmi nous, monsieur. Encore une fois, merci beaucoup pour votre contribution.
Merci à vous et bon courage et félicitations.
So, our dear participants, we will go to the group. I apologize for the noise. So we will go to the subgroups. I just realized I was muted. So you will have the button for the subgroups right below. We will go to our next session.
Everyone. So in our next session, we will be discussing on how youth, African youth in general, can be actively participating in the monitoring and evaluation of the progress reports in your own countries. And also, what are your recommendations for your head of states so you can be actively involved in fast tracking the Agenda 2063 progress. So you will be divided in two groups, and please make sure to select someone from your team who will be able to report, and then we will be having a 10 minutes break, and after that we will be having our plenary session where you will be sharing your inputs. Thank you so much. Please make sure to go to your room. You have received a notification by now. Thank you. Kindly join your rooms. You have received a notification. Thank you so much. I can see that we still have some participants here. So please join your subgroup room. Yeah, so you can discuss among yourself on how you can make sure to recommend for your head of states that you as young people should be at the seat table when it comes to achieving the Agenda 2063 from statistics, analysis, monitoring, evaluation. Thank you. Kindly, those who are here, kindly go to your subroom. Kindly go to your subroom. You have received a notification. Kindly go to your subrooms. Thank you. Hello, you have been received a notification to go to your subgroups. Kindly, Abdelmourid, Amin, Aya, Birgal, Aya, Talbi, Sheikh Mubarak, Ihsan, Laventa, Nur Huda, Ola, Omnia, Apado, Santos. Kindly join your subgroups. Mohammed, are you in? I think you have received your subgroup notification, so you can join your subgroup.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm sorry, Chanda, we couldn't get your points. I think we can have another opportunity to talk about it. Thank you a lot. So I think we are all here now, gathered to talk about what we all discussed separately. So anyone wanna discuss and share the recommendation that we all talked about?
Okay, so you can type in the chat, or you want us to go to our break and then we'll back into the plenary where we discuss our recommendation. If you don't have anything to share right now, we will take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. Just type in the chat if you have something to add, or we should go to break. Okay, Malika is going for a break. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. You can stay at the room if it's okay with you, and we will be back in 10 minutes. See you then.
Okay.
Ona makambo e, ona makambo e, ona makambo e, ngai na makambo e, munu para kileba chuli ba lutua, lutua, lutua munu wek luwe, lutua munu wek luwe. Oh, Namakambwe, yeah. Ngai Namakambwe, yeah. Oh, Namakambwe, yeah. Ngai Namakambwe, munu para kileba chuliba. Songi bandeko e, ngai na makambo e, ona makambo e, unu para kileba chuliba lutua, lutua, lutua unu wenglue, lutua unu wenglue, ona makambo e, ngai na makambo e. makambo unu para kileba chuliba lutua unu wengi ona makambo ngai na makambo ona makambo ngai na motema unu para kilemu unu balutua unu wengi ona makambo songi bandeko likambo na motema ngai na motema unu para kileba chulilo lutua ona makambo.
Okay, so now we enjoyed a little bit of relaxing music. I see that some of you are still in the room. Maybe we can do a little quiz to sort of freshen up our memory. We did this when we first started the academy. So when we sort of didn't have a lot of information about the Agenda 2063 and a lot of its elements. So maybe now that we are on day 3, we're halfway done. So we can sort of assess if we learned something, if we retain some of the basic information. So I would invite you to go to gout.it. I will try and link it for you in the chat. Okay, now this. And you can just enter this pen. And we can start a little bit of a challenge, sort of get us excited for the plenary, so we have the same energy that we had before, and we can come up with amazing recommendations that are going to be included in our final outcome of this academy. So let me find the chat. If some of you are on their phone or they can open a new window, you can go to gout.it and you can type in this pen 566-8457, and we can get started with a little fun, very simple quiz to keep the competition going. So there you have it in the chat, the link and the pin code. We have Ayman joining us. Okay, let's get at least 2 people in here so we can have a competition. Or should we just let Ayman win the whole thing? Okay, we have Nigeria. Let's give it a couple more seconds. Otherwise, the competition is going to be Nigeria versus Ayman. Okay, we have Mel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have Umayma from Morocco. Great. We have 4 players so far. It is going to be very simple, very easy questions, very basic things that we've already been through, but things that we should definitely retain after this academy. We have It's Me, so 5 players, 6 players so far. Richie, 7 players. Great. Let's see. You have the link and the pin code in the chat. You can use your phone or your laptops. 8 players. Okay. Let's see if someone else wants to join. Otherwise, we can just go ahead. We have 9. Morocco is joining. So far we have Morocco and Nigeria playing with us. So Rama Krishna. We have Zambia is joining in. Okay. We're playing in the big leagues now, the country leagues. We have 11 players so far. Good. Great to have that you still have interest to do a little game during your break. Yes, indeed. We have Morocco, Zambia, Nigeria. Amazing competition. We have Santos, 12 players. Justice, you'll have the chat code.it and the pin code in the chat. Feel free to join. We will wait for you, Justice, and then we will start so we don't lose a lot of time during this break before our plenary session. Okay, we have 2 Moroccos. Ikram is joining in, 12 players. We have me. Okay, you. I hope that you were able to join in, Justice. You have 13 players so far, and let's begin. What do you say? IRN. Okay, let's get it to 15 and then we can begin. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. Okay, Vangi. Let's start. So you will see the question, the answers, and the colored box on the screen shared in front of you. You're gonna match the correct answer with the color, and you're going to go to your new window or your phone, and you're gonna select the color, the thing that you think matches the correct answer. So let's get started in 3, 2, 1. Agenda 2063. The main theme. Let's see. The first quiz is, when was Agenda 2063 adopted? January 2015, June 2015, July 2020, or May 2015? 3 responses so far, 10 seconds to go. 4 responses, 7 seconds to go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see. The correct answer is January of 2015. I hope you all got it correctly by this time. Nigeria has taken the lead. A lot of you got it correct. So the main idea, guys, the key is to answer as fast as possible so you can get on the top 3 on the first place. How many priority areas were mentioned in the AU 50th anniversary solemn declaration? 10, 5, 7, 8. It's a little bit of a tricky one, but we've seen this during the first session. And we quizzed about it as well, so I hope that you remember. 2 seconds to go. Okay, so we have 8 priority areas and 4 people got it correctly. Let's see who did. Iran is taken, is in the top place, Ikram and Morocco, top 3. Third question, how many aspirations are in Agenda 2063? 17, 7, 10, or 6? 7 responses, 8 responses. Great, guys, you're being super fast, and that's the key to winning this little quiz. 3 seconds to go. And okay, how many got it correctly? 5 of you got it correctly. 7. Let's see, Morocco followed by Nigeria. Great job. Fourth question, how many goals are in Agenda 2063? We've seen this plenty of times. The last time was the last session as well. So I hope that all of you get it correct. 11 responses so far, great. 12. And let's see. So it's 20 goals on Agenda 2063 and 8 of you got it correctly. Okay. Morocco is in the fourth place, in the first place 4 times in a row. Let's see the 5th question. Which aspiration emphasizes on the role of youth? This is what concerns us the most. Yeah, let's see. 7 responses so far. 1, 5, 6, or 7. Which aspiration? Okay, obviously, aspiration number 6. And 4 of you got it correctly. Nigeria on the top of the list again. Remember, guys, these are the things that we should be able to retain. These are simple facts, but very important ones. Let's see. Which goals are linked to aspiration 6? 18 and 19, 1 and 2, 17 and 18, or 5 and 6. So we had aspiration, goals, and priority areas. What goals were linked to aspiration 6? 11 responses, and 7 of them are correct. Goal 17 and 18. Let's see. Nigeria is still on top, and Namibia is raising. Let's see. And Morocco is on the top, on the 3rd place. So the seventh question: how many flagship projects are in Agenda 2063? 7, 20, 15, or 5? Remember, we've seen this plenty of times. 9 answers. 3 seconds to go. 2, 1. We have 12 answers and 7 of them are correct. Not bad, but we should step it up. Nigeria, great job, followed by Namibia and Ikram. Almost done. How many priority areas are in Agenda 2063? 10 priority areas, 40, 20, or 50? Okay, you're answering really fast. I like this. We have 10 responses and 5 seconds to go. 12. Okay, let's see. We have 13 responses. 4 of them are correct. Okay, not bad, but we should do better. We should do better by now. Nigeria is still taking the lead. And the last one, the first 10-year implementation plan spans from 2014 to 2023, 2013 to 2022, 2015 to 2024, 2016 to 2025. Do the math, guys. It's in there. Just do the math. 11 responses so far. 3 seconds to go. So we have 5 of you who answered correctly, 2014 to 2023. Let's see the podium. Okay, 3rd place, Morocco, great job. 2nd place, Namibia, great job. And 1st place is Nigeria. Thank you so much, guys, for playing. It's been fun. We have Ikram and Taha as our finalists. Thank you so much for cooperating. Thank you so much for playing. I hope that you will learn more. I hope that you will sort of ensure these things that you've learned during this academy. We have 2 more days to come, and I hope that it's more and more beneficial for you. So welcome again. Glad to see you all back. I hope you had a good break. I hope you took you got a little bit of rest. Right now, we are moving on to the plenary session. We're going to share our recommendation and the things that we worked on during the subgroups. I'm sure that your discussions were very fruitful. I'm going to call upon the representatives of the groups that we had before the break, so you can present your recommendation. Please raise your hands, and I wish you good luck, and I hope you make your groups very proud. Let's see who are the representatives, and let's see some hands so we can start sharing. Okay, I'm going to call on you, Badarif, from a representative of Group 1 to share the recommendation. Go ahead, you.
Hello, everyone. So in our group, we were talking about the challenges facing our development as a continent and how this is impacting the youth in Africa. I will go through a few challenges and programs, plans, as well as key players. So one of the main challenges is lack of awareness about Agenda 2063 among the key population, which is in our case, young people. So we talked about agriculture, health, and education. And for instance, we had a discussion about one of the participants talked about the lack of services in rural areas as a challenge. And we started tackling this issue. We stated that the universal health coverage through PHC and community involvement are used now to minimize the gap as a plan that is there. And as a plan, we have to focus as a plan to ensure that we are going to achieve what we want in this area. We have to focus on our efforts on SDG 3 and the agenda, of course, the agenda that we are talking about, which is Agenda 2063. And for the challenge on this, for this challenge, our key players are the stakeholders in the health area, such as ministries of health, WHO associations, and of course doctors and nurses, which are very important in this process. There were other topics that we were discussed, but this one was really full. That we covered all the aspects that we have to, which are the challenges, the programs, the plans, and the key players. But about other topics, we discussed we discussed them with the same process. There were so many brilliant ideas in topics such as about mental health, governance of natural resources, especially water. We talked about the challenge that of unemployment after years of college studies, of academic studies. People usually do not work on their field of expertise, which is a challenge to our continent and to the implementation of this agenda. Also, awareness about the medical practices, because we were discussing that there is a lot of lack of awareness about the medical practices, which makes it difficult to implement a scientific process in the medical practice. Many people have their traditional way of seeing things, which is sometimes harmful. So we were talking about how we can implement medical consultations that will make people close to the doctor, which may impact their view to this to the medical practices. Also, the centralization of medical services. We talked about several online solutions that will help implementing the agenda. Also working on the leadership of us as young Africans, and how can this impact the agenda. We believe that our problems are intersectional, and the solutions should be inclusive. And for that, we documented all our reflections in the Padlet for the future use. And thank you so much to my group. There was so many ideas. I had to report them, and there was so many discussions in few times. And I'm so grateful to have this conversation and this discussion with our group. I hope I did represent well, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Yuba. You were very true to discussions that were taking place in the group. We will go to the second group. I hope you are ready. I hope that you can share your screen as well. Your representative can share their screen so we can follow with you. In the meantime, if you have questions, if you have, if you want more clarifications, just type in your questions in the chat, and we will answer after the representative from group 2 present their work for us. I hope I can get a confirmation from the second group representative. Okay, I will give you a couple of seconds so you can get ready. Maybe you can have your screen shared, or I can reshare the Padlet. Maybe you wanna type in the chat if you are unable to unmute yourselves. Okay, while we're waiting for the second group, maybe we can discuss a little bit of the first group work. Do you have questions for group number 1, or other members of like participants in group number 1 want to add something, maybe elaborate more on an idea or two? I believe that in the previous presentation of group 1 work, they were focused on health, on how we can be better, how we can have a better management of health facilities, better health and well-being, take to the role of youth in doing that, and into having a very sufficient and good healthcare system. Do you have questions? Do you have remarks? Do I have group 2 ready? Mariam Al-Alim, are you the representative of group 2? I see you have your mic open, so please confirm if you are. Guys, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Anyone from group 2 who want to say something? Just share with us what you've been discussing.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry, I have a bad connection. That's why I couldn't like answer quickly. And also, I'm not sure. I don't know the number of my group. But I can share some of the points that we talked about in my group.
Okay, that will be great. Okay? That will do. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. So we talked about a few points, and one of them, one of my teammates talked about this. The government should report its results and its achievements, but at the same time, we have also to have a report from the young people to see if what the government report, is it really accurate? Is it really what's going on in the country? And to see what are when you have like a comparison between the two reports, you will have a clear idea about if the country is really implementing the Agenda 2063 or not. And at the same time, it will be a nice way to engage young people and to have them work with the government and have their own reports. We also talked about that we have to create awareness, and that we can do this on different levels. We can do that first on a national level, for example, having competitions, creating programs, and using media to, for example, create programs, TV shows, and using social media to create an awareness on a national level. Then we can do this also on a regional level, where you can engage people from different cities, or each city have its own program. I also discussed another idea, which is like the first one, the one that I just said, which my teammates discussed. I think that we can also have groups who monitor each city. For example, each city has a group to monitor its implementation of the agenda. Does the city really work towards the goals of the agenda or not? We also said or come up with an idea of creating clubs and in universities and schools, because we think that creating awareness from an early age is really the key to work and to to walk towards the achievement of the Agenda 2063. So by creating clubs and in universities and by creating clubs in universities and school, we can make sure that people from a young age understand what is the Agenda 2063, and we can make sure that when they will be in positions, in bigger positions, they already have the basic knowledge and the not only the basic knowledge, but the necessary knowledge to work and to achieve the Agenda 2063. So these are some of the ideas that we discussed. As I said, I did not have a really good connection at the time we were discussing, so I couldn't hear all the ideas, but here are what I said were some of the ideas that we discussed. I hope that will do the trick.
That was amazing. Thank you. That was more than enough. You were very thorough. You sort of highlighted the main points that were discussed. Thank you so much for that. I will give the floor to any of you. We have 15 minutes to sort of present and discuss our recommendations. Please, guys, know that this is a very important part. It's one of the outcomes of the entire academy is to have the youth recommendation. What do you think about what do you think about the challenges that we face and the programs, how we can fix it, how can we evaluate it? So you have the floor. You can type in the chat, you can raise your hands, and we can just discuss what do you have to say. Also, I'm still waiting if group 2 wanna present their work. I'm sure you assigned a reporter. Maybe they want to share what if they took notes. It doesn't have to be perfect, okay? It's just everything is open for discussion, and we can talk about it. We can sort of work on it together. There's 58 of us in here, so I'm sure that the results are going to be really good, and it's going to be really feasible in the real life. So we can help implement 2063, we can better Africa, we can better our countries, our communities, our selves. If you are more, okay, we have our hands. Let me just see, go ahead, please, you have the
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Hanan Amjar from Morocco. I wanted to share with you an idea that I just had. In fact, when it comes to implementing these goals or the different aspects of the Agenda 2063, I think it is also important to support leaders or government that whose manifestos align with the agenda. Because I do believe that, well, I'm talking about my own country, I think that youth are pretty much afraid, if I might say, of politics or like engaging with politics. We don't really trust governments. So I think we should start supporting leaders who align with the goals that we want to see implemented in Africa for the future. But I think we also need to start one for local and regional or continental government offices in order to be on the front lines as youth of implementing the Agenda 2063. So yeah, this is what I wanted to share with you guys. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for this contribution. I hope that you can see the screen, and in front of me I am scrolling up and down and I'm seeing amazing work that you guys did in a very short time during the subgroup sessions. So please don't be shy, please share this with us. The goal is to sort of benefit each other and help each other out. So you can just read even from the document. We are eager to hear your ideas.
Can I?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, well, I was from group 2 with Siham Abidi. I think she has covered almost everything, but I'll add just some point. So the first challenges we have pointed was like that most young people, young students and young Africans in general, like they do not have any idea about the Agenda 2063, or most of them are not very aware of it. So what we basically do, we decided to make a program that will create awareness on the university by creating clubs and providing workshops, training, and as well internship for those students to enhance their knowledge more about the Agenda 2063. And concerning the plans, the plan was to monitor those students and determine whether the project will be completed within the original effort, cost, and duration estimated. And as well for the methodology, we decided that to make it about youth and make it about encouraging those youth and inspiring them using the social media for that as well, by presenting the storytelling and places, or in creating the session to exchange Africans youth experience like on live using the media. And as well, if we can organize Africa cultural events and gather African from all countries to discuss Agenda 2063. So those were the basic idea. Thank you. Am I audible? Okay.
Thank you for your contribution. I see that you're focused on the advocacy part of the youth role in helping with. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. We're able to hear you perfectly. So anyone else wants to add something about how we as youth can help with monitoring and evaluating the improvement? I'm sorry about that. I think I got disconnected. I will reshare my screen. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry, I just got disconnected for a second. So, like I said, remember the last session. What are the steps that we need to take in order to produce a valuable monitoring and evaluation process for all the issues? So we talked about a lot of issues. We had our plans, ideas. We are eager to hear your recommendation. We have the document in front of us. It's very rich. There's a lot of details, a lot of amazing ideas. I would like to read one. In the meantime, if you want to add something, just raise your hand, unmute yourself, and go ahead. So let's see what we have in the chat box. Okay, nothing yet. Let's see the priorities. Okay, 3 youth initiatives in the Republic of Congo. Okay, let's see. The first one, tackling health issues. ACBEF Afrian Challenge to make young people aware of sexuality and to avoid early pregnancies and others. Great, the recommendation for this. Can you please unmute yourself if someone has accidentally? Okay, great, let's finish. So first recommendation, to amplify the conversation on sexual education and integrate it into the school curriculum. Great. Second one, take into account the cultural sensitivity of indigenous children in the educational approach. Great ideas. And the third one is to multiply youth programs on internship and accompany young entrepreneurs from start to finish. Thank you so much to whoever contributed this with us and who shared on the document. Please, guys, I'd like to remind you again that your recommendations are very valuable. They are going to be taken into consideration when we are sort of creating the document as an outcome of this academy. I hope someone else wants to share. I really see amazing things on the screen, so you can speak up. Siham, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Well, one of the ideas that I wrote there, and in the I'm not sure, I think the plans or the key players is the role of media. And it's something that I lived myself, and I feel the impact of media on me, especially when it comes to the Agenda 2063. I would have never known about it if it wasn't for the Atlas for Development. I discovered through Atlas for Development, and now I'm with you, still discovering it and knowing about it. So I wrote there the idea and the impact of media and how we can use it to educate people about it. And when I say media, it can be television, it can be social media, it can be a lot of things. For example, when it comes to television, a lot of old people, for example, our parents, watch television more than they use social media. So to impact them and to educate them, because I know in my surroundings, a lot of old people are not really aware of the Agenda 2063. So for using television and creating, for example, programs, as I said there, we can even go out and see how people behave and how people act, and try to assess their behaviors and acts and actions, and see if what they're doing is wrong, if what they're doing is helping us to achieve the Agenda 2063. Because I think by engaging people in the impacts, you make them learn. So by creating these programs, we will educate old people. And we want also to impact the young people, who most of the time use social media. So I think, for example, the Instagram page of Atlas of Development, Instagram page of many NGOs who stand up for the Agenda 2063 is one of the great ways to make an impact and make people know more about the Agenda 2063. So my idea overall is to use media to stand up for the goals of the Agenda 2063.
Thank you so much for that and for your contribution. Just a little reminder that your actions and the things that we can do to improve ourselves and improve our continent can start from small circles, friends, school, work, and we can go on and cover the entire continent. On that note, we're gonna take a 20-minute break. We're gonna go back in 20 minutes. Hope you are energized. I hope you can get something to drink, something to eat, and then we will be back to tackle the next session. Feel free to stay in the room if you are willing to, and I will see you in 20 minutes. And now, Umayma, no one is talking. We have an hour break, an hour 15, I believe. We're taking the lunch break, so I'm sorry I said 20 minutes earlier, but we have an hour break and we will see you back then.
Just bring Yeah, so I will leave you. Tell me, Madam Josephine, if you are ready, or if someone wants to say something, because we still have some 7 minutes. Please take the microphone and feel free to, to just say so far what you have learned and what is your future plan. Come on, guys. Come on, don't be shy. Yes, Sihan, please unmute your microphone.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Lovely.
So I really learned a lot of things, and this is the third day, and during these 3 days, I learned a lot of things. One of the things that I want to talk about here is the fact that I had no idea how to be part of making an impact. And honestly, I didn't, as I said before, if it wasn't for Atlas for Development, I wouldn't know about the Agenda 2063. So here in this academy, I had the chance and the opportunity to learn and to know how can I be engaged also in the Agenda 2063, and what initiatives, what NGOs are taking part in making the impact. So I'm really grateful for that. I'm grateful for the fact that I now know how to take part in making the impact. That's it.
Thank you so much, dear Siam. Thank you so much. And in fact, and I think that Madam Josephine said it, we need to own and popularize, the Agenda 2063. I know the SDGs are famous, but we should be jealous about our continent and promote the Agenda 2063 even more often. Yes, Nur Huda.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I'm very, very grateful for being here, for taking part of this amazing opportunity. And as you said, if it wasn't someone sharing the information, I would have never known that there is like there is a workshops, there is an agenda. I wouldn't have known it. So yes, thanks to the people that shared, and so what I've really learned, first of all, I've learned that people are actually interested and people are actually coming to these workshops. And that's something I really just did not imagine before. I thought, well, maybe people are talking and stuff, but I've never thought that there would be so many youths here actually participating and debating and talking. And yeah, so definitely that was a big shock to me. I liked about the last presentation about Morocco, the progress that it has made. I can see from the numbers that there's concrete change. And so that's what I've learned from the last session. I did not know that. I've heard, oh, we're progressing, but where are the actual numbers? Where is the actual proof? And so when I don't know the presenter's name, but when he actually gave us those that evidence, it was very it was something that I'm proud of.
Glad to hear that, dear Nur Huda. Glad to hear that. Final maybe intervention before we leave the microphone to our amazing Josephine Etima. Or okay, we have two. So let's go for Hanan and Yuba, but just be brief as possible. Thank you so much.
Okay, hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, this is Hanan Amjar from Morocco. So first of all, I want to thank you for organizing this event. For development and for all the speakers. We have learned a lot. I personally didn't know anything about the agenda, but I came across like the announce about this workshop, and that intrigued my curiosity. So I did my research, and of course, during these workshops, I did learn a lot, and I got inspired, to be honest, and encouraged to work on myself more. I think it's a belief for me that if every one of us works on themselves, to develop themselves, to educate themselves, to learn new skills, that would lead to the Africa we want and the Africa we need. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And yeah, we hope that all the goals will be reached, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hanan. Maybe Yuba and Ibrahim, if you can be just brief as possible, please. Thank you.
So I'm going to try to be as brief as I can. Thank you so much for the efforts. Actually, in terms of advocacy, throughout a few years, I have gained some experience and built some knowledge, especially with SDGs. But as a Pan-African, I would like to participate more in the African conversation and agendas. So I see this as an opportunity, and I would love to engage more, and I encourage all the people, especially Atlas for Development, to follow up with us, to follow up with this network, because there is so much talent, and we are looking forward to make some change in our continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yuba. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Yeah, I think you can.
Thank you so much.
Ibrahim? Okay, I think. Thank you so much, dear Yuba. Thank you very much. Madam Josephine, please, the microphone is yours.
Okay. Sorry, I had it unmuted actually. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, esteemed participants. I'm really glad to hear that you're all learning a lot, you're benefiting from the sessions that we are having, and even getting to know more about Agenda 2063. And our sincere thanks go to Atlas for Development for ensuring this process, for providing the platform whereby we can have participants from all over the continent engage and learn from one another. So this afternoon, I'm going to take you through how the youth can engage in the reporting process mainly. And it's not such a structured presentation. I'm just going to share with you the dashboard and then go a little more into explanation of the African Youth Charter. Because actually what happens, that's the main indicator for us to report on Agenda 2063 progress is through the African Youth Charter. So just a quick question. Have we had a chance, has any of the presenters from either African Union Commission or African Union Development Agency shared with you the dashboard whereby data is collected to generate the narrative report? I'm expecting a response. Can you see the screen that I'm sharing? It's Agenda 2063 First 10-Year Implementation Plan progress. And this is the dashboard of the respective indicators. Progress is presented by country. Sorry, that was really fast. I didn't mean to go so fast. By country, and you see that performance of each of the indicators is indexed on column M first to get the rating, and then column P to get the assessment, the priority area assessment. Have you gone through the dashboard?
Yes, it was on the 5th August.
Okay, thank you. That's so good. So at least you have a feel of this. I'm going to present to indicate to you how the youth can get engaged in influencing the reporting process, especially through validation processes. I'm using the Uganda example because I'm from Uganda. It's not final as yet, but this is the current draft that they have prepared for reporting on Agenda 2063 for this year. So you realize that under each of the aspirations, these are the aspirations, row 9, then we have aspiration 2. And within each of the aspirations, we have the goals, the 20 goals. And within each of the goals, we have the priority areas. And then consequently, the targets. That's the next lower level from the priority areas, row column B, and then the target, column D. And the respective ratings are at column C and column E, respectively. Then specific indicators that can indicate progress within each of the targets and within each of the priority areas is provided under column A. F, column F. So for youth to get engaged in the reporting process, we go way down to goal 18. That is where we have specific indicators for youth, women, and children, and it's under aspiration 6. So in aspiration 6, we have goal 17, full gender equity in all spheres of life, and goal 18, engagement and empowerment of youth and children. Those are the main areas where we have reporting about youth empowerment and children's rights. That's the priority area, youth empowerment and children's rights. And we have 3 targets specifically within that priority area: reduce the rate of youth employment by at least 25%, end all forms of violence, child labor exploitation, child marriage and human trafficking, and full implementation of the provision of African Charter on the rights of the youth. So the African Charter on the rights of the youth is a document that was endorsed by all the heads of state in 2006 to ensure that issues related to youth, right from their freedom of their employment levels, freedom of movement, freedom to education, engagement in socio-economic activities, freedom of worship, all those areas are enshrined within the African Charter on the rights of the youth. The indicator for which the youth employment, for which youth employment is assessed is an employment rate of the youth. That is quite straightforward. It's easy. For instance, for Uganda, the current unemployment level for the youth is 9%. And 9.4% must have been the employment level in 2013. In 2021, we'll check that later, it's now 9%. So it has come down by 0.4%, which is here in column J. And if you progress, you realize that actually, if all the programs were to be implemented as they should be, by 2021, the level of unemployment in Uganda should have been 8. But at the moment, it's 9, which means it is not as desired according to Agenda 2063. It has not been lowered to the satisfactory level, considering the targets that was set in 2013. In 2013, the desire was to reduce the rate of youth unemployment by at least 25%. And if that was really achieved, okay, there's that component, in particular female youth, but I think the very first component is key, youth employment in general. And given the statistics, there is no disaggregated data. So we presume the figure 9 is for all the youth, both female and male. And the score is slightly higher than what should have been desired in 2021. It is slightly higher because it's 9 instead of 8%. If all programs were engaged as desired, it would have been probably maybe 8 point something, or, you know, if it was much closer to 8, then this percentage here would not be so low. So it means the performance in realizing the result desired in 2021 is only 21%. So one thing is very clear. It is not as progressive as was desired. So the youth, through their youth groups, the very first thing they can engage with is to interrogate through the validation processes, because the youth groups need to be engaged in the validation, in the evaluation processes, to discuss this and think about it, and even discuss with the policymakers, the program implementers. Why is it only 21%? Why aren't we getting 80% like other countries? Why aren't we getting up to 50% at least? What do we need to do? What employment opportunities are there? For instance, when we prepared the first continental report, I think one of the things that stimulated, that really gave a push to unemployment rates of youth in some of the countries was, I remember offhand, one of the countries, I think it was Ghana, they introduced a program whereby there was a factory either in each district or something like that. So that steered the economy of the country, and at the same time, it also provided a lot of opportunities for youth to get jobs. So such kind of programs, when they are implemented within your member states, they will push that figure up. They will steer the economy to a level that the youth are engaged in what? In employment, they're engaged in developmental programs. In Uganda here, we have a program whereby youth are being provided with funds to implement to run income generating activities, and assessments are being done annually. In some areas, you find the activities are doing well, incomes are being improved, youth groups are actually growing and prospering, but in other areas, you find that the programs were not properly implemented. So those are areas that the youth can then engage and discuss and fight. Since the policy was implemented, an opportunity was provided to us. What went wrong? What can we learn from colleagues? I was thrilled when I had one of the participants indicate how, when she was listening to the presentation from the presenter from Morocco, She was so impressed by the empirical formula, the evidence that was being provided. And that is very, very key, because that tells you what is happening. We are not at a time when we can continue talking without figures. We need figures to justify our actions, to be more accountable to the people. So once you see such a figure, you can engage in your various platforms and find out, why aren't we moving as desired? When we had the presentation from one of the countries in Southern Africa, immediately the presentation on the level of, it was early childhood. Early childhood enrollment was quite low. The ambassador was immediately touched, because he said, we had a lot of programs through which we were providing money, providing investments to ensure that early childhood programs are actually implemented. And when he called the capital, he was then told, no, that was only in 2016. So it has only been implemented for 2 years. So in 2 years, you don't expect to see the results that you should be seeing maybe in 5 or 10 years. So that is the level of engagement we would like to see through these reports. And once you see that you are lagging behind, especially in terms of the results that you see in column M, because that clearly shows you the progress that should have been realized, then there is reason to ask questions and seek justification and even probe better and say, next time we expect this to be happening so that we can have improvements. That's the level of peer learning that we would like to see. Another indicator for which youth engagement is key is the level of implementation of the provision of the African Charter. And when I say the provisions of the African Charter, it may immediately not bring the kind of message you need to get, because a number of us may not know the African Charter. So I'll quickly show you a bit of the content of the African Charter. However, you can see this particular indicator, the African Charter is being implemented at 75%. Therefore, it means there are structures in place through which the African Charter is enshrined in your national strategies, in your national programs. And the result here is 94%, because it's 75% through implementation. So there are some areas that are already addressed, and there are also some areas that are not yet fully addressed. So I beg to stop sharing this slide now, and then quickly give you a feel of the African Youth Charter. Yes. The African Youth Charter is, as I was saying, is a charter that was endorsed by all the heads of state in 2016, and it guides programs, policymakers within each member state on ensuring the rights of the children are observed. So through the reporting process, we seek to know from each of the member states the level of implementation of the African Charter. It implies there should be a strategy document, there should be a youth policy framework document through which the African Charter is implemented within each member state. So I'll just quickly show you some of the content of the charter. It outlines, it specifies the rights and duties of the youth, and also provides, first of all, the first part is to ensure that the member states have an obligation to implement this charter and to include it within the provisions of their national policy processes. The first one is that of non-discrimination. I think I talked about that in terms of race, ethnic group, color, sex. It's quite detailed. I'm not going to go through all the articles. Freedom of movement. The youth are free to move definitely from one part of the continent to another. Freedom of expression, freedom of association. They can form groups, legitimate groups. Oh, sorry, I'm quite slow or fast. I think it's quite too fast. But I didn't intend to show you everything, just to give you an indication of what we are talking about when we say the level of implementation of the African Youth Charter. Those are the areas we are talking about. Freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, protection of private life, protection of the family, property. The youth have a right to own and inherit property. Development. Every young person shall have a right to social, economic, political, and cultural development with due regard to their freedom and identity. So this is mainly, you can see bullet 2 is talking about engagement of youth organizations to lead youth programs and ensure the exercise of the right to development. So this is what we are talking about when we talk of the African Charter. And it lays clear areas that youth are entitled to. They are entitled to, protection definitely, and also engagement in socioeconomic activities, political, cultural. In some countries, I know we do have youth seats. We do have youth organizations. And even when we have specific days, the youth days within the International Youth Days, we do have fora where we engage youth at various platforms. So I beg to stop here in regard to the presentation, but I'll definitely share some of these documents so that you can have access to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Josephine. What a better way to start this afternoon session than with such rich and informative presentation. We learned so much from you today, and I think these are the skills that we need in order to be positive change maker of the continent. I will allow you, dear participants, if you have any questions or if you need more clarification. So Madame Josephine can sort of answer your questions. Let's see if we have, you can raise your hands or you can type in the chat. Let's take 2 or 3 questions. A lot of people are thanking you in the chat. We really appreciate this presentation and the earlier one as well. Okay, let's see. So Yusuf, go ahead. You can unmute yourself. Yusuf Ibrahim. Okay, let me.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Josephine, for the presentation. Yeah, I think my concern is somehow related to employment in Africa and transborder movement of youth. Being the fact that from statistics, we've seen that a lot of youth in Africa are migrating illegally to seek for opportunities in other sphere of the world, like in the global north, specifically Western countries. So I want to know, is there any program or any initiative by the African Union to encourage these youth to stay back in the country? Or are there maybe synergies for transborder or exchanging of work and related research for youth within African continent? Like I bring from Nigeria, can I have maybe a permit in maybe from African Union, sort of permit that will allow me to work in other parts of Africa freely and free movement without restriction, and also give a full permit to association and residency within African country? Do you have anything of such, or are there plans to work towards that direction in the nearest future? Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Anyone else wants to have a question to ask? Let's see before we move on to answering them. Go ahead, Umayma. We can hear you.
Thank you so much, Madam Josephine. Just like a small question, please, Madam. As you talked about unemployment, is there any program that makes now to boost the opportunity for youth for a better employment jobs? And thank you. Are there any programs that works on boosting the employment for youth currently? Especially now, you know, with the COVID-19 situation, everything has decreased. And thank you.
Thank you for your question. Let's take two, Lillian and Albert. Lillian, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Josephine. That was a great presentation. However, I would like to know, is there anything the African Union, based on the Charter, doing concerning insecurity in Africa? If you look at from my country, Nigeria, down to many other countries in Africa, you would see that the youth are being used as tools to foster insecurity. And the truth is, a nation plagued with insecurity or conflict or violence of any sort, there will be no peace. And even attaining this Agenda 2063 will not be possible if there is violence or conflict in that youth. What are they doing in regards to that? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Albert. You can go ahead, and please, guys, be very direct and precise so we can have a lot of questions. Go ahead,
Okay.
Albert.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Okay, my first question goes to the non-discrimination. As we may know, some African countries are still practicing tribalism in their political system. For instance, my country, our president once called a specific particular tribe and discriminated. So how is the African Union working to end this type of situation? And the second question, you mentioned about the freedom of rights and religions and those other aspects. Does this exclude the same-sex marriage, since we all know that these are not African norms?
Thank you, Albert. Ahmed, go ahead and try to be very brief.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. So it's known that community work has a major role in building society, and young people and youth are among the most involved groups in society and volunteer work. So how can we, or how can the state benefit from these enormous and dynamic energies in implementing effective policies? I think you may have answered this question during the presentation, but I just needed to know more clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Vanessa in the chat asking, what are the prospects for increasing youth programs, exchange programs for mobility and vocational integration of young people? So Madame Josephine, I believe you have a few questions related to youth and employment and other subjects among security, discrimination, etc. So please feel free to answer them. The floor is yours.
Oops. Okay, thank you very much, Madame Ring. Yeah, I'll try as much as possible to answer all the questions, except I'll seek further clarity on the last two. I didn't get to write them, but let me first answer the first ones, then we'll get more details on the ones that I missed. About employment in Africa, the movement of youth within the globe, what is the African Union doing about it? And also what is being done regarding the trans-border issues in relation to free movement of the youth within the various countries? I think regarding youth employment, in the morning, I did mention some programs, the African Youth Corps, whereby various youth are employed and an advert is placed that is within the African Union Commission. And also we do have a target to ensure that by either 2023 or 2025, 35% of the employees are actually youth. Now, those are targets that have been set. So it implies that our programs should be implemented in a way that we ensure those targets are realized. It's not so easy, but definitely what we do is across the board, we encourage member states to ensure that they are providing opportunities for youth employment. I just gave an example of one of the countries in West Africa that it made a policy whereby it decided to have a factory. It can even be a school or something. It can be any socio-economic institution developed in each of the districts. And that policy alone started provision of employment across the board, including the youth. It enabled more youth to get jobs. So those are the kind of programs that we are hoping, we are even wishing, and we are using as examples across the continent for the respective policymakers within each of the countries to implement. In terms of freedom of movement within countries, I'm sure we have all heard of the Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, which is under the African Continental Free Trade Area. And within that protocol, there is that provision to allow free movement of persons across the continent. Unfortunately, this particular protocol has been impacted by COVID. And now we were sort of taken by surprise when it was necessary for member states to close their borders just to ensure that the pandemic is controlled. However, it is very clear that since the African Continental Free Trade Area is being implemented, the freedom of movement of persons and freedom of settlement are actually key in ensuring that the Continental Free Trade Area comes to fruition. There are definitely some bills, there are some, I must say some bills, some rules and regulations that need to be followed, but that alone provides an opening for the youth to engage and even move based on what they desire to do and where they desire to move. And I think while responding to that specific question, I'll also respond to one of the questions that was asking what the African Union is doing because of the massive movement of the youth out of Africa. The African Union, through its Department of Social Affairs, does have an ambassador to engage and discuss as much as possible, especially with the receiving member states like Libya, other member states in Tunisia, to ensure that this, first of all, is not encouraged, and secondly, the process that was becoming more of human rights threatening is being discussed. So there is an ambassador engaged at that level to discuss it and ensure that movement of youth and even other employment categories is done in a more orderly, more structured manner. And this is being drummed across the continent, not only for specific areas, but there is that advocacy that is going on right now to ensure that we do not encourage that movement. There is definitely the fact that frustration, lack of employment, and all that can push one to do it. But what is key at the moment is to ensure that we have programs that provide opportunities for our citizens, and even ensure that we do implement issues to do with minimum wage and all that, to ensure that there is no abuse of rights. But definitely, it's not going to happen overnight. It will take some time, but we do have programs and policies in place. There were quite a number of questions in relation to unemployment, and I think it's clear that that is one of the frustrating areas right now, and the youth do feel that it's not easy for them to get employment, especially in systems whereby attention is not being paid to them. But one thing that is clear is, based on our governments and the structures that are in place, we can still continue to advocate to ensure that the level of youth employment is progressing. And we can, the best we can do is to engage in the respective fora and discuss and query why it either is dropping or it's increasing, or to query especially why the level of youth employment should be increasing, or why it could be stagnant. It may not be moving. Maybe we have 9.4 in 2013, and then after 5 years, 8 years, 7, we still have 9.4. So as youth, we have a right to query, because that is a clear indication that nothing is being done, nothing effective is being done to ensure that our youth are actually employed. I presume that has answered the query from Yusuf, Oimama, and Lillian was concerned about the level of insecurity and what tools are in place to at least promote peace. Within Agenda 2063, we actually have the African Peace and Security Architecture. And that particular architecture includes peace programs, peaceful programs, both for youth and for children. So we do have mediation, especially mediation processes are being allocated, and we monitor the conflict areas. We monitor all the conflict zones. We do have statistics on the respective conflict zones through our Peace and Security Department. And there is a structure to ensure that once a conflict zone is reaching a certain level whereby it's disturbing the peaceful processes, the peace and security within that particular area, then a level of mediation is engaged. And the mediators vary from previous heads of state, senior personnel in various institutions, and they even include various peace advocates. So those structures are in place. And I think one of the presenters talked about discrimination and what have you. That could be, that is another area, but we do have the Peace and Security Youth Envoy. So those are systems that monitor the level of peaceful processes and the impact of youth on youth, and even monitor and include programs that are targeting the youth specifically in areas that we have high levels of insecurity. Albert was asking about discrimination. The Youth Charter definitely clearly says there should be no discrimination. And I think the head of state that made discriminating statements about a specific tribe was not right, was definitely not in order. And that should have been addressed at that level. We do have national peace councils within every member state. Actually, when we had the first continental report, every member state reported they had national peace councils. And because having a national peace council was a key indicator, having a national peace council was a key indicator, but to ensure its effectiveness was then probed further to ask each of the member states that reported, how effective is your peace council? How many mediation sessions have they held in case there are problems? Definitely there are some areas that are very peaceful and they may not need those peace councils, or they may not need mediation processes. But for those areas that we know are not peaceful, then the query comes, how effective are your national peace councils? Are they addressing the issues to do with insecurity or discrimination, all those issues that cause conflict within a community, are they being addressed? Because once you talk about discrimination, then it's something to do with conflict. I think there was a question about same-sex marriage. I think we have not engaged at that level. I can't think of a country that has openly come to talk about it offhand, and within the current first 10-year implementation plan, that is not an area that is being addressed. I think a number of heads of state have actually shied away from it. Maybe in the next 10-year implementation plan, if this is an issue that is beginning to cause conflict within communities, it will certainly come up. It will show through the program, through the assessment missions, through the discussions that we are having with the respective fora. It will show up, and maybe we will definitely have programs or strategies on how to engage and respond to that. The last two questions from Ahmed and Vanessa, I need them repeated. I didn't clearly get them, so can they be repeated, please? Thank you.
Okay, Ahmed and Vanessa, can you go ahead?
Okay, so my question is regarding the youth and policies. So as I said, it's known that the community work has a major role in community building. So how can the state benefit from these numerous energies in implementing effective policies? I hope you could hear me clearly.
Ahmed, can you type it in the chat?
Maybe
where
you
we
type it.
listen?
You type it. I'm sorry, I don't know why I can't hear. Maybe it's the speaker or something. The speaker phone.
I'll write it.
Okay, while he's typing, I believe Vanessa's questions wasn't clear as well. Maybe she can take the mic, or she can type as well. Okay, she typed it in the chat. She's saying, what are the prospects for increasing youth programs, exchange programs for mobility, and vocational integration of young people?
Okay, the prospects of increasing youth programs, including exchange programs, I think the prospects are actually there, because we do have a number of fora. During the Monday presentation, we did have a lady, I think, who did give us, she gave us various platforms through which youth can engage. There is the APAYE, there is the 1 million target by, I think it's by 20, I'm not so sure, by 20, it should have been by 2020. I'm not so sure if it's 2020 or 2022, but there's that target to ensure that at least 1 million youth are supported, and various other programs. So These programs are normally within their policy documents, and even adverts are shared through the department that is responsible. That is the Women, Youth and Children department. So I believe as we continue engaging and even accessing various websites and links, we will be able to come across those. And right now, there is an advocacy to ensure that the youth are taken much more seriously. So the prospects are actually there. In 2018, the theme of the African Union was, I think, promoting the youth dividend or something like that. So it was mainly to ensure that programs, strategies, and specific activities are implemented bearing in mind the youth dividend in mind, and to promote them and ensure that they are progressing as much as possible. So the prospects are increasing by the day. And I'm very aware that almost all the policymakers are aware that Africa has a very high percentage of youth, and it's important that they are engaged now as much as possible than later. Can we have the question from Ahmed?
Yes, he typed it. Yes, I will read it. It is known that community work has a major role in building society, and young people are among the most involved groups in society and volunteer work. So how can the state benefit from these enormous energies in implementing effective policies?
Okay. Yeah, the states can benefit by having programs for the youth. I gave you an example with our country, where we had a number of programs, income generating activities that were recently rolled out for the youth to ensure that the youth can engage in income generating activities. And interestingly, the assessment of those programs is being carried out right now. Sometime last week, we did have presentations whereby a cross-section of those income-generating activities were reviewed, and in some areas, the performance of those programs were good because the youth were able to get into groups and actually run their programs as desired. One thing that is key in those processes is the training and monitoring and regular review processes. So much as we are engaging the youth, it's important that within each of those programs, we do have systems and processes. First, to transfer the knowledge for what is being done. And second, to ensure that we have the monitoring and review processes enshrined in each of those programs, so that we are able to assess our performance while implementing. And that assessment will always alert us whether we should continue or whether we should halt and check and what other processes we need to engage. So it's true, we do have a number of programs within the communities that are engaging youth in some of the member states. And I wish this could be, it should be emulated in other member states as well. It's becoming more of a worry where we have youth that are actually not engaged. That becomes an indication. It actually becomes an indication. It's sort of, I can say, a way of a lost opportunity and even a threat to the community, because if we have the youth idle, then they can engage in other non-developmental activities, which I'm sure the communities will not like. So definitely for a community that's concerned about its development, and that is one of the key areas of the African Youth Charter, to ensure that the youth have a right to socio-economic development, and even they have a right to have groups that can lead them. They have a right to representation in the parliaments in each of the member states. So once we get to know this charter and even interrogate our policy systems, why each of this is not being addressed, then we will be advocating for the youth charter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was, your answers were very thorough. I think you answered a lot or most of the questions that were being asked, insisting on the importance of evaluating. Just to stay on the theme, I see your questions. I'm sure that we will have more sessions and we will have another opportunity to ask the rest of the questions. Keep the discussion going, guys. Madame Josephine, thank you so much for your very valuable presentation. We appreciate it a lot. And once again, thank you for your contribution.
You're welcome. Thank you too.
Thank you. Now we are moving on to the next session that we will be having, and we are going to see more of a practical exercise when it comes to what we've just learned. So the same thing we did in the morning. I hope this time you had your notes ready. That I think this time we sort of understood what we were supposed to do. We have the presentation, and then we're moving on to the workshops. In the meantime, I would just 1 second. We will go to workshops. This time we will divide the groups into smaller groups in order to make the work very effective. So just let me know if you are able to see the subgroup button down on your screen. Just don't go yet. Let's see. Okay, so the moderator, great, you can see them yet. It's okay. Let's engage in here. Let's finish your comments. Let's see if one of you want to add something to what Madame Josephine just said. Your opinion. What do you think about youth engagement? Okay, Yusuf, let's hear from you. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. I think Madam Josephine has made a very wonderful presentation as to the key point in the Agenda 2023. But my concern has been trying to expatiate between the similarity of this agenda and the Sustainable Development Goal. We are made to understand from our previous presentation that this agenda is more of like a duplicate of about 80% of the Sustainable Development Goals. So in line with that, from what we are seeing in other climes and youth around other parts of the continent in the world, the way the application of Sustainable Development Goal is more higher compared to what we are having for this African agenda. Why is it that more youth are not involved in the application of this agenda? Why is it that it's not youth-centered as compared to SDG in other parts of the world? And another thing we like to say is, like most of the youth organizations here in Nigeria, directly or indirectly are working on actualization of the SDGs, and organization and necessary agency or related agency are supporting this cause for them to achieve these goals. But here in Africa, we really have like limited support from the African Union or African Union related agency to come down to support the youth. So how can we push this agenda if there's no to come down to Africa? Why can't we finance our own idea, support our home project, at least to actualize our own goal? Let it be a dream for Africa by Africa and in Africa. I think that would be a great way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see if someone else wanna open a discussion about another thing or wanna say something about what you just said, Yusuf. So Nasri Ali, you can go ahead. Nasrin?
Thank you. Yes, can you hear me?
Can you please repeat? I don't think we can hear you very clearly.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to open another topic here, we can discuss on how we can take on these issues of sustainable development, especially on youth. As Agenda 2063, the short offensive is that say we can inspire youth. We can inspire the youth on 4 keys, which is education, entrepreneurship, engagement, and the
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your voice wasn't very clear. So I don't know if you want to type in the chat, I'll be happy to read your comment, but it wasn't very clear for us to hear. So sorry. So while you're typing in the chat, we will make sure to engage with you. Aula, you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. So I just want to proceed continue from what my previous colleague has said, which is why don't we have a lot of youth engagement in Agenda 2063 like the SDGs? And I'm not sure, but what I'm saying is the right explanation, but maybe that because SDGs is more supported by the UN and the UNDP, that they have a lot of programs that engage youth, and it's all about youth and making your youth more aware about the SDGs and etc. etc. So maybe we need the African Union to make more programs that make use like this academy program. It has helped us to be more aware about what's actually is Agenda 63, what's our role, and to discover more challenges and so on. So maybe we need more programs like this to be in Africa, so that youth will feel like they have really a role and they should engage in it, and actually found a place to engage in organizations, in the community, and so on. And also we need the community to believe in us. Like I don't think in our country a lot of people believe in youth and that their voices should be heard as much. So I think we need to make more programs that will make people believe in youth and their opinions, their energy, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And from what you said, from what I've been reading on the chat, there's a lot of talk about the UN SDGs. Yes, they are extremely important, but guys, also remember that the SDGs are global, and although the Agenda 2063 and its aspiration, they do cater to the global context, but also they're very specified, and they're very sort of directed towards the African context and our reality. But SDGs can be a great source of inspiration as well. We can motivate ourselves to get on that level and to be as productive as we can. Also, like you said, Ola, we have this opportunity and many other opportunities that we can create as youth in order to sort of ensure our own engagement and our own participation. Yuba, you want to say something? You can go ahead.
Do you hear me? Okay, so I want to just join my friends and my colleagues who were speaking earlier, and I would love to to say it out loud is that in order to achieve a prosperous continent, we should put an economic lens into practice to promote our goals, because we know the economic situation of young people. So giving access to capacity building, access to financial resources to youth is really key. So I believe that the African Union should trust its youth, provide them with the necessary resources, and that would really create a lot of change, because we need people to believe us, but not only believe, but also support by resources and by sharing knowledge. So sharing knowledge and finance people would really create some change, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. I really do share your opinion as well. Let's get a few comments from the chat. So we have a participant. Okay, youth engagement is a better way of changing Africa. Thanks to everyone who puts programs for the youth. And on this occasion, I would really urge you to check the African Union website, the youth division, the 1 million by 2021 website as well. There are many opportunities, and some of them are open for applications, and you can sort of try to pave your way towards engaging more when it comes to Agenda 2063 and the African context in general. Okay, so Nasri, you wrote the Agenda 2063 on the Agenda 23 state that inspire the youth on 4 E's: education, entrepreneurship, employment, and I think we can see how we can connect that and come up with an action plan instead of limiting ourselves, government or international institution, to discuss the matter. Absolutely, Nasri, we can get inspiration from the SDGs and the way they work, and we can take that and sort of try to adapt it into our African realities, and we can end up with really good results. If someone else wants to add something, want to share an opinion, please. We have a little bit of extra time today, fortunately. So go ahead. We are eager to hear what do you think? This is a platform for discussion, for sharing our ideas. So go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm Mohammed from Sudan. I think from my point of view regarding youth engagement in community-based building and the programs that they propose from the different organizations to let youth engage more in their communities, like Academy 2063. I am one of the alumni of the second edition. We proceed through different phases of the academy last year, and we have the last phase, which is the implementation. We propose a project to do in the real life, but unfortunately, we don't receive the grant from the organizers. So I think one of the problems regarding this program is the lack of the impact from which we can leave like a huge impact or change in the community. We just have the sessions, capacity building, but we do not implement this in real life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will have maybe one last one of you if someone wants to add something before we sort of start the preparation for the subgroups. If anyone want to say something, just raise your hand first, please. Okay, I don't see. Okay, we have Ibrahim. Go ahead, Ibrahim. Ibrahim. Hello.
Hello, I'm Ibrahim from Ghana.
We can hear you. We can hear you. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's not very clear.
Hello.
Hello, we can barely hear you. It's not very clear.
Hello.
Ibrahim, maybe you want to type in the chat. I'll be happy to read your contribution, but we can't hear you very well right now.
Hello.
Hello. Just type in whatever you were going to say, and we will. I will share it with the rest of the participants. Okay, let me take the few minutes that we have left to sort of explain to you a little bit how what we're going to do in the next session. We are going to be divided into 7 subgroups. So there are currently 60 of us. We're going to be divided into 7 subgroups. And we are going to work on first of all, discuss, and then work on recommendation as an outcome in selected thematic area based on Agenda 2063 progress, country progress report. So we've been through, we talked about the progress report. We had someone from the Moroccan government presenting it to us today. Many other countries published it. We've been talking about it since the start of this academy. So we're going to take the numbers, the data, the information that we have on that progress report, and then we are going to discuss and make recommendation in thematic areas based on Agenda 2063. So we will have a group per aspiration. So we have 7 aspirations. We will I think that you're probably going to be divided randomly, so you will get to learn something new. And of course, all of the recommendations are very important. All of the recommendations include us as youth, and we are very concerned by them. When you talk about a peaceful Africa, a developed economy, a youth empowerment, all of this considers the African youth. Okay. So
I think Eva is here.
Okay, great. Madam Eva, are you here?
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm here.
Hello,
Waiting for
happy
my
to see
audio
you
to
again.
connect.
It's okay, happy to see you again. So the floor is yours. We are eager to learn from you.
So hi again, everyone. Hope that this third day started beautifully. I'm very happy to be with you again this afternoon. So maybe for those that was not with us yesterday and on Monday, my name is Eva. I'm based in Dakar, Senegal. I'm the director of IFO Policy and co-founder of the Innovation for Policy Foundation. And I'm really excited for the next hour and a half that will be ending. To also start the session, I would love to see what is the energy within the room. So let me start sharing my screen, and thank you for the message. I'm receiving some private message saying some welcoming. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And bear with me, I'll share my screen for us to start. Wonderful. So you should be able to see my screen now. Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. So this session is really about getting into group work for all of you to discuss and to think about what could be different strategies, but I will say more action that you could undertake related to the goals and priority areas of the Agenda 2063. But before that, I was telling you that I want us to do a little energizing exercise. So all of you know that the vision of the Agenda 2063, and you had the chance with the different partners, with the session with UDANEPAD, to be able to understand more this agenda and its objective. But the vision is the Africa we want. And we want an Africa which is an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international area. So what I would like you now to write in the chat is one word saying, what does this vision inspire you? So feel free to unmute yourself if possible, if some of you want to share. And for the others, feel free to write in the chat what these gives in terms of inspiration. I'm waiting for the message to pop in the chat. I'm sure all of you have been inspired with these 3 days sessions already. So what is the Africa you want? And what does an integrated, prosperous, peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena, means for you? Junior is saying commitment. Albert, working hard. Siham is saying that it's inspire her to be the change she wants to see. Yes. Ghislaine, a sustainable Africa. Mariam is saying development. So please keep putting your different inspiration in the chat. Thank you, Safia, which is saying it's a democracy, basic human rights. Sana is saying it's a unity under Pan-Africanism. Wonderful. I see a lot of other inspiration. So active youth would like to take initiative. Jedetor is saying an independent continent. So a resilient and prosperous continent by itself. A commitment and inspire. Let me share some others. Noor is saying an enthusiastic for the future. Ibrahim, to work in an agriculture sector. So we should promote agriculture and involve ourselves into that sector. Safia is saying healthcare. Yuba, a visionary Africa that trusts in its citizens and in its youth. Wonderful. Taha is saying hope. Ola, working to make our dream true. Matthias, vision for Africa. Mercy saying being changed in Africa as the youth, so youth as driving forces for change. Ayman is saying a safe Africa. Vanessa is saying an Africa where we don't give up African and where we work hard. An Africa that will give us a sunshine future. This is beautiful. Bashir is saying a new Africa, so a new narrative around the continent. Umeima, an Africa, she's saying Africa, the leader of tomorrow in all areas. And this is possible with all the opportunities, all the incredible resources that we have on the continent. This is completely achievable, Umeima. Thank you. I will share 3 more and we get into the session. So Yusuf is saying the Agenda 2063 means a rise of Africa continent to the idea of Pan-Africanism for development. Shanda is saying young people giving decision-making position. And let's finish with the beautiful inspiration of Ahmed saying unifying, so coming together and coming together to be one. Thank you so much, all of you, for all of this contribution. This is beautiful. And I think that these can definitely inspire the following reflection that we will be having. So for the session today, as I was saying earlier, you will get into a work group. The purpose of this work group is really for you to reflect and to come up with idea on which role young people could play in achieving this goal. So I will walk you to a couple of goals and priorities. Those goals and priorities are the objective of the Agenda 2063, and those that we have picked for the session are linked to the topics that you addressed yesterday in terms of policy recommendation, naming them education and entrepreneurship, health, and agriculture. So you will be split into 7 groups. 7 groups because there is a couple of interesting areas where we want you to be able to reflect. The first one is around a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. So you will be reflecting on a component such as well-educated citizens and skills revolution underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. So how can STI skills drive this revolution on education? You will be reflecting on a healthy and well-nourished citizen, so around health and nutrition. The other one is on transform economy. So what is a sustainable and inclusive economy growth? How this growth can be driven through technology and innovation to bring additional value. How can we diversify our economy to make it more resilient, and also thinking about hospitality and tourism, knowing how our continent is beautiful and how we could leverage on those sectors. Well, the next one is related to modern agriculture for increasing productivity and production. We have a lot of a conversation that has gone on yesterday around agriculture. It will be great to reflect on what could be the action to undertaken to achieve a modern agriculture. And the last one is related to environmentally sustainable and climate resilient economy and community. So sustainable natural resources, sustainable consumption of products, water security, climate resilience in order to fight natural disaster, and renewable energy. So these are different areas where the group 1 will be able to reflect. It's also very interesting to see that this first group has a lot of areas that are related to the topic. And I will now dive into the thematic of the other group, knowing that Islam, which is here with me on the call, we will be going from group to group to make sure that you have the thematic that you will need to reflect on. So the second group, the group 2, will be reflecting on an integrated continent, politically united and based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of African Renaissance. This is also a beautiful statement, which is quite linked to the different inspiration that all of you have shared. The group 3 will be reflecting on an African of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. So some areas of reflection for the group 3 will be around democratic values, practices, universal principles of human rights, justice, and the rule of law. And this is clearly related to how can we be part of having a better democracy on our continent, as well as fostering good governance. Another area where the group will be also reflecting is related to capable institution and transformative leadership. So what does leadership mean on the continent? how can we make sure that we have more leaders to achieve this goal, as well as participatory development and local governance. So how do we make our processes more inclusive, and how can youth be part of this development? The group 4 will be reflecting on this statement of an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritages, values, and ethics. I think that this completely related to the different session that we had on day 1 that was showing how much culture is important to bring this new narrative to the continent, but also to be able to embrace the opportunity that our identities on the continent is giving us to foster our economy, and to also being able to translate this into new opportunity and new action with the community. So some areas of reflection also to guide you around African cultural renaissance. So what are those values of Pan-Africanism? What are the ideals, principles of Pan-Africanism? What does cultural values means, and how can we really being able to involve people in defining those new cultural values? What are the cultural heritage, creative arts, and how do young people can be pushing this cultural heritage into their different initiatives? The group 5 will be working on an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential offered by African people, especially its women and youth, and caring for children. I think that one of the inspiration that we had was saying that the driving force of the continent is the young people. So how can the young people be part of showing all the potential in terms of development for the continent, as well as what are the action that young people could be undertaking for women young to be more involved into the different development initiative on the continent. So I will pass, I mentioned youth empowerment. Let's look at the topics of the group 6, which will be an Africa whose development is people driven. I think this has came twice, so sorry for this. Oh, so sorry. I see that we have double slide. So that means that we might have less group that I was thinking. We will have 5 group to be working on each of these statements. We will add right away those statements into the chat, so you have access to them. And I will ask Marwa to join me so that we can have the breakout rooms, and Islam and myself will join each of you to make sure that you have the topic that you need to reflect on, and to guide you on how to brainstorm on these different action. We will take 45 minutes to reflect on each of the group and came back for the plenary session. So as yesterday, we will ask each of the group to identify one person that will be reporting during the plenary session. And Marwa, if you want to join me so that we see how to split on the different groups. And during that time, I'm going to put the topics into the chats. So let me drop the thematic. This is the thematic for group 1. This is the one for group 2. Bear with me, just going to put them all in the chat so all of you have access to the different topic. This is for group 3. And let me put the last one so we can directly get into the group, and we will pass by to help you start the group discussion.
Thank you very much, Madam Eva. I hope that all of the participants got the assignment. You will be sent into 5 different groups, and each group will work on a thematic. You will have it in the chat. You'll also have it once you get in the subgroup, your moderator will present the thematic for you, so you don't have to worry about that. We will have a little bit less than 45 minutes to discuss, prepare our recommendation, and then we can present them in the plenary session. So just a couple seconds until you are all assigned into your groups. You should be getting the notification for the subgroup right now. Just
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Marwa. So everybody start joining their group. You should have a little pop-up on your screen for those that have not yet.